Twitch as well. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all are having a wonderful day today. And we are, of course, going to be doing some more Duet Night Abyss. And that's right. Finally achieved trial rank 65. It took, let's see, this is how many weeks? There were 8 weeks in 1.0, and this is the start of, I think, week 11 into Duet Night Abyss. Now, if I didn't get Tabitha, I would have had it by week 10. Or if I spent money on the game, I probably would have had it by week 9. Yo, welcome. Huge, we got a channel membership. Aw, crap, I didn't have Caster Labs open, I forgot. I'm sorry. But we got a channel membership from Going Burr. You're going straight up on the big stream because I didn't have Caster Labs open. Thank you, Going Burr. Yeah. Hey, Cucumub. Hope you're doing well too. But yeah, it has been a massive, like, jump in just the amount of resources and rewards that I'm getting, at least in terms of like the secret letter clues. Indeed, it does double, which is definitely really nice to see. Because, well, now I really don't have to worry too much about my secret letter clue gain because of just how much I'm going to be getting from here on out. Congrats on 65 and almost 64. It's been hard. Oh yeah, it's definitely grind. Especially going up to 65. I'm pretty sure it takes about as much XP to get to trial rank 65 as it does to go from 20 or 62 to 64. Trial rank 65 equals gay? What? What do you mean? You just hate me because you ate me. Do I have all the characters and weapons full dupe? Well, I have all the characters and weapons from the Covert Commission shop full dupe. And beyond that, when it comes to, like, weeklies and stuff, no. Also, when it comes to weeklies and stuff, I think I still have one final claim. I do. That's right. I was actually planning on getting Truffle, my I-1 Truffle finally, with this last claim. Yeah, this week I wound up getting Wandering Rose and Hellfire Sword. So I've got Hellfire Sword, but no Hellfire, which I think is pretty funny. Really? You're joking? I want to see you do a secret letter clue till 30 and see the difference. You're at 64 now? Okay. Well, let me just get these, let me just get these, truffle letters real quick. I actually brought out Truffle instead of Fushu, but I've got enough damage that it doesn't really matter. You're finally a Rhythm I2 haver? The temptation is strong. Oh, believe me, the temptation does not get any weaker when it comes to Rhythm. Yeah, I2 Rhythm is so worth it. Oh. Can you go ahead and spend these in exploration real quick? Yep, still 2 weeks before she comes secret letters. But after those 2 weeks pass, it's gonna be an entirely different game for most people. Also, I should get my music playing, shouldn't I? Let's see. Yeah, I was having some troubles last stream when it came to, like, music and technical difficulties and that sort. Alright, properties. Is the music gonna be playing? Alright. Properties, make sure I'm on. the right one. There we go. Hey! Alright, I got the shards on the first drop. Hell yeah. Do I have all weekly weapons? I have all but one. I got every single weekly weapon except for one. Yeah. I got... The last one that I'm missing is Exiled Thunderworm, and I picked that one to be last because it's going into the secret letter shop in 2 weeks. So, I'd rather have something that is going to be a bit longer rather than just something that I'm going to kind of like kick myself for. Even though I'm probably not getting Hellfire until she comes to the covered commission shop anyway. Unless I just decide to buy her. Well. After this, I'll do that exploration clue farm to show off the secret letter clue game on stream. You're gonna see if Kejo is strong and you're gonna main. Well, I imagine that Kejo is going to be at least decently powerful. Of course, there are going to be a lot of things about his kit that we'll only be able to figure out after we get our hands on him. Congratulations, Agent, for reaching 65 trial rank. Well, thank you. It was a long time coming. Also, hello, Juan. Hope you're doing well. Alright, here we go. I won Truffle. And it feels nice to finally just be at a point where I'm just amping my characters from here on out. I don't have to worry about any XP whatsoever. Even though I'm going to be getting even more than ever from all the stuff that I'm doing. So, yep. For the people who want to see how the exploration farm goes with this... actually, let me get my... I don't think I have my AFK rhythm set up on right now. Let me just do that, or swap it up real quick. Hellfire Introns are ass. Isn't our Intron 6 pretty good? I thought our Intron 6 was, like, goated for Hellfire. Hello, congrats on reaching TR65. Thank you. Oh, you beat Act 10 today? Awesome. I'm probably going to beat Act 36 today. Just because, I mean, it's just 3 more. I hit like 33 last night. I'm betting next Immersive Theater will be Lumino and Electric. Really? Okay, you don't think it's going to be Animo? You doing good? How about you? I'm doing quite well. Saw someone has an i6 Fanti. Well, I know somebody who has an i6 Fanti. And that someone's one of my best friends. Alright, TF, who says Hellfire Introns are ash? Da Flaming Guard. The Flaming Guard? Do Flaming Guard? I don't know how to really pronounce it. Love the dedication to Best Boy. Oh yeah. I've been putting a lot of dedication to my boy as well. My boy, Outsider. And he has been working out even better. You made your psyche much better than last week? Huge. TR66 win. Well, I mean... I need about another 99k XP, or I guess 98k XP now. And considering the fact that I'm... like... completely all out of things to get. I mean, a character's gonna be somewhere around, I think, 3,600 for the first copy. So I've got 3 more characters to get, so that's about 10k, and I've got about 3 weapons to get as well, and that's going to be about like 3,000 per. So that'd put me about like 20k forward if I wound up getting all that together. And then there's the character introns and stuff that I'll be getting next, and that'd be about another 1,500 and another 2,000. Yeah, another 2,000 for the weapon smelts as well. So I'd get about like a quarter of the way there from gear and characters if I got them all next update. So then on, it's gonna just be like dailies and stuff. So in order to hit the XP threshold that they set, it would be about another 3 months. Because let me tell you, I am out. It is dried up. Finally got Hellfire's Greatsword, and design is 10 out of 10. Yeah, it is a pretty good looking weapon. I just wish it was a little bit better. Because of that, I shall cast Testicular Torsion. Whoa! Really? You're that serious? Don't even joke about Duet Night Abyss anymore. She's my main, but you don't want to play with her anymore. Jesus. I mean, you'll have Lumino to play as well. And you can also play other Animo characters apart from Psyche if you really want to. We need more Psyche domination. I want to close the deal on the Intron Rhythm line, but the Phenol line is also important, and I heard that Rhythm line is going into the store, but it is true. Rhythm will be in the Covert Commission shop in 2 weeks. You failed to get Intron 4 Fina, you're planning to get up to Intron 5? Said Metaslave. Oh, okay. Well, I think my Fina is gonna wait a bit. Not entirely sure though. No more Beasts of Snowfield bots in theater, please. Would it be funny if the Kejo Theater has Beast of Snowfield in it, just so that it messes you up if you go all in on melee for him? Sire poll on other games. You'd love seeing you go through Warframe. You played since early beta. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I was honestly a bit surprised to see how much motion that Warframe got in the polls. Animo Theater. Crazy. No Beast of Snowfield. Oh no, you have to build your ranged weapon. But being entirely real when it comes to Kajo's signature weapon, outside of the buff that it's giving him, I low-key think it's gonna be, like, terrible. Could the new demonic wedges be for Hydro? You saw a video of Fuji using the new wedges. Yeah, so the next set of theme wedges does seem like it's gonna be Hydro from the media server stuff that we've seen. I don't know if we've gotten any... I don't think there's been any official confirmation on that stuff, though. It's very silly to me that Pan apparently can't disable character passes or introns at events that turn off abilities. Oh, really? Are people using something like Hellfire's I6 in some of the new, like, what's it called? The Avian Trials? Yeah, surely Emblo will be his BI... Well, no, Emblo wouldn't be his BIS. He doesn't... The majority of his damage is weapon damage. So, he isn't gonna benefit from skill damage increases. Or even skill intensity increases. Yep. But it is really gonna be really interesting to see how his ranged weapon scales compared to other stuff. Because with that in mind, it has to do with how much damage it deals versus how much buffs it deals or gives. Because the buff would have to be worth the, like, negative damage that weapon is going to deal. Oh, wait, is it skill damage bonus and not Lumino bonus? Yeah, it's skill damage bonus. Or boost, I should say. Can I recommend the best blueprints from the Chase Shop? It's really gonna depend. I mean, when it comes to Serenity, at this point, I don't think Serenity is going to be very necessary. Because the characters who would have, like, certain sanity issues are likely going to be running Fushu now. And the characters who wouldn't run Fushu don't really have sanity issues when they're built properly. So it's really just tough. I don't really want to say uplift either, because that's going to be such a negligible damage increase to the entire team with it smelts. So I'd probably say whichever one goes on your current main DPS, or whatever main DPS you're taking into what's called Fox Hunter Summit, if you're planning on going hard into that event. Yeah. Because of the wedges he put in place, I was disappointed because I farmed a lot of Blaze Volitions. And it wouldn't be necessary for her. The good thing about the Hydra Wedge is that they need focus on skill damage and morale. Oh, you're talking about the new ones? Yeah. So, it is kind of crazy that we're getting a Wings Inspo Volition that is a buffing Volition. Meaning that it's going to be giving the entire team even more skill damage. I really wonder how that's going to change up character builds. Because that much skill intensity is going to be kind of nuts. The next Winspos are likely going to be from for Hydro. And one of them is a Wings Inspo Volition. And the centerpiece wedges, I believe, are a Morale and a Volition as well. Yeah. Skill intensity caught me off guard for real. Well, it's definitely a major improvement. Because now we have, like, proper descriptions for everything. Probably Morale for everyone else and Resolve for Animo. Well, it's really only Resolve for 2 characters. It's Resolve for Psyche and Outsider. Because the other 2 Animo characters don't scale off of Resolve at all. It's kind of silly. Hope we at least get new Lumino Wedges with Kejo. That would be preferred. But yeah, as you can see... Oh my gosh, I cleared that even faster than I've ever done before in 20 waves. That was 8 minutes with my Rhythm AFK build. And 107 letters. Okay. That's 13 letter clues per minute. In 20... So, wow. Yeah, it's really insane, boys. It really is insane. Intensity is just confirming that the stat was originally just a direct translation of ability strength from Warframe, so now it can scale things that aren't just the damage. Well, it could always scale things that weren't just damaged before. It's just that it was a poor translation. The CN was, like, I believe skill power versus skill damage. It's just that when it got localized, it was improperly translated. Yeah. TBH, it's cool that we can meet random players in Huachi's overworld. Oh, it's massive. Nerf incoming for sure? What do you mean nerf incoming for sure? This is my prize! This is my reward. Do you know how much effort, like how much grind it took for me to get to rank 65? If they take this away from me, I'll be very upset. Happy birthday, finally 65, Virus. Yeah, I'm ancient. Currently, none of the skills in this game get increases from intensity that aren't damaged. That's just verifiably false. Right here. Alright. Healing. Scales off of skill intensity. Okay, and if we want to argue, like, oh, that deals damage. Okay, this is a skill that deals literally 0 damage at all. Skill intensity. And that was skill damage before. Healing scales off of skill intensity. And also, if we take a look at Fina's passive, the damage increase for herself also scales off of skill intensity. So, yes, it's not just things that scale off of damage, and it's never been like that. Congrats on 65. Thank you. You're TR65, building a crap ton of items. What will you use the extra letters except for wedges now? I mean, whatever comes out in the covert commission shop, but I'm going to be honest, low-key, I might have to spend some letters on just getting, like, what's it called? Just getting more gelatins. That might be something I have to do. Eventually. I'm not really anticipating it because I still get quite a few from grinding these out. But, I mean, the current amount that I have right now is going to give me about 73 track shift modules. And if I'm going to need 40 track shift modules per update, or like per new wedge set, that's going to start getting pretty expensive pretty fast when it comes to the gelatin. So there might just be situations where I'm buying like character letters just so that I can get the gelatins. I think they'll definitely look at this acquisition rate because the spots are insane at tier 65. I don't think it's really that crazy, honestly. With how much effort you have to put into here and how much grind you have to put in order to get this, it's perfectly well balanced. Yeah. Kind of insane that the secret letter drop rate doesn't increase between 60 and 64 and it just doubles at 65. Yeah, it is kind of insane. Just like just having regular drops at TR65 makes up for the nerd everyone was dooming about. Or nerf everyone was dooming it. Yeah. Literally. I mean, legitimately, with the clue game that I've got right now, I might not ever have to dedicate any farm time to specifically secret letter clues again. Especially if I dump all my letters in exploration from here on out. Still have a lot of weekly weapons you haven't gotten yet. Kind of excited for 65. Yep. It's definitely going to be a lot more possible for people to get after Kejo's release. But I'm going to have to do a few mazes. I still have to get the remaining wedge drops from here. That's like 7 runs. But I need some money right now. 1400. Jesus, I know my 550 was low, but I guess I have 0 smelt 5 weapons. Well, I mean, the gelatin, that's just from characters. The weapons have an entirely different material. Healing is something that I just forgot. I think the point I was trying to make is that things which increase other characters' damage doesn't seem to be something they want to scale with intensity. I mean, there's also Fina's personal buff. That also scales with intensity. Fushu's buff scales with intensity. So, I mean, granted, that's because it takes a portion of the intensity, but still scales off of it. Yeah, dedicated farming is basically unnecessary at 65 because secret letter clues are just raiding now. Yeah. It's kind of nuts. Have you done weekly chase? I haven't yet. Are Star Wars weapons already for sale? I believe that's tomorrow, going off the schedule. Or it might be late tonight in North America. Yep. I think trial rank 65 is cap. Yeah, it's cap. Almost 64 right now. Been cleared the trial XP. You haven't done yet. Huge. What's the fastest way to rank up trial rank? Definitely gonna be putting out a video covering that soon. Maybe tomorrow. But it really does just come down to getting first copies of as much stuff as you can, and then just like buckling down and maxing out as much as you can get your hands on. Let's see. Alright, nothing here from Mr. Merchant. Yeah, unless it's stuff like Daphne, which is like limited charges. I'm getting the polearm lightsaber as soon as it drops. Nice. I think you also get more gelatins. They increase by 0.5 at TR65. Oh, really? Gelatin drop increases as well? Yeah, I mean, that might be, like, really, really nice then, too. What's the best commission for farming shiny? Like, shiny drops? Or are you talking about, like, the track shift module materials, or are we talking about, like, Genimon? What's this? Oh, some, like, piece of fabric crud on my keyboard for some reason. Alright, artifact exchange. Let's see. Let's go, boys. Start of the week. What's the fastest way to level up? Oh, wait, I think I already read that chat message. Soon more tourists on rhythm. TLDR. Well, the TLDR basically just get, like, as many first copies of weapons and characters as possible. It's going to be easier to get weapons than it will be to get characters in terms of, like, secret letter expenditures. So that'll definitely be the faster way to get stuff done, but it will be more expensive on materials in order to craft everything. But, of course, when we're talking about weeklies, the secret letter clues are more important than the materials needed. 25 out of 49 weapons, trial rank 63, many farm some weapons. Yeah, you do. Many secret letters of characters you don't have yet, maybe we'll just get them up. Oh, yeah, definitely. Hey, versus Arnold. Hope you're doing well. So many people today, TR65 diff. Oh, yeah. I would have had it last week if I didn't get Tabith from the weeklies. But, you know, that's fine. Let's see. I've been experimenting doing 90-point maze, taking everything except enemies. Getting damage resistance, I feel like the negative attack buff is completely irrelevant if you bring a bonus attack weapon. Oh yeah, like the negative attack buff is just irrelevant regardless. Let's see, give me the artifact. Yeah, gelatin drop rate, you think goes from 2% to 2.5%? Oh, okay, so it's like a 25% increased drop to the gelatin. That's pretty nice. Hey, 28 Flow, hope you're doing well. Yup. Bloodvirus is Captain's account, now you can work on Biden's promise. I didn't promise that. That's right, y'all just make stuff up sometimes, especially when it comes to, like, the cat stuff. Like, oh my gosh. The end of the era, Tabitha catching no TR65 strays. Yup. Yeah, but first, D-Day back to work paint. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, my work didn't really ever end in the holiday season. In fact, things only got harder for me because I was still doing everything while also doing holiday stuff. So it's actually gonna low-key get easier for me now that the holiday season's over. New weapons having side effects, so good. What do you mean having side effects? Let's see, how much is the damage difference going from purple wedges to golden ones? Well, going from a +5 purple to a +5 gold is basically going to be 0 difference at all. But going from a +5 to a +7, that's going to be about a 30% increase. Which is pretty significant. Purr to lighten the mood. I'm not going to purr for you. Y'all are wild. Did I get a... Did I get the artifact that gives me more trace points and not notice it? Because I just got almost 1,000. I must have gotten the artifact that gave me more trace points without realizing. Because that's not usually how it works. Don't agree with +5 golds costing 5 times as much as a +5 purple, but in general having nearly the same or strictly worse stats. Well, it's just a stepping stone. I mean, it's not really worth it to, like, upgrade your golds unless you're going for a +7 anyway. Feel like they should just move all the increased costs to amplifier ranks? Well, that's just gonna make the amplifier ranks even more difficult to get. Should check Komu's stream. Oh, did Komu get 65 as well? Let's see. No managed stream. Let me search on Twitch. All right, Komu. Oh, Yazla's on as well. Okay. All right, Komu. Oh, he's got ads. All right. Check Virus's stream. The first thing I hear is I'm not gonna perp you. What? Okay. I guess that's the thing you wanted me to see there. Oh, which one's the melee weapon coming into the shop with rhythm again? It is the Vernal Jade Halberd. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah. How much is... Alright, the lightsabers are going vroom, vroom, vroom. Ooh, yeah. Now, Virus, need to say some lies that TR65 brings your account for someone, like saying that to suspend misinfo. Yeah. Alright, can I see Kobu's stream now? Oh, Kobu's got Yazla open on his stream too?
What? You ready to be out? No! No!
Oh, is he watching me too?
Out, bro?
He's got both of my streams open! Oh my gosh! Yo, what's up? He's got both of my streams open! Oh my gosh! Yo, what's up? Why am I upside down?
Grind's very fun, you know, I didn't need distractions at all. I'm so entertained by this grind.
Why am I upside down?
I'm transforming your content, what do you mean? I can't just steal the content.
You TR65 yet, Komu? You TR65 yet, Komu?
Yeah, I got them today.
Sweet. TR65 gang!
Like conversing over like a super long delay is way better than talking face to face, I think. I like this.
Alright. Well, that was definitely fun to see. I think I'll close.
Why do all these
Close for
fucking
now.
games suck, bro? I can't.
It's wild. Bro's got the ADHD stream set up on right now. Stream maxing. Yeah. Yeah, Mega Grinder. TR65 in 3 months, let's go. Absolutely massive. What's the best alternative for Guishu Ratchet for boss fight on Lin? Just go for, like, the general setup, like, what's it called? Blue Current? It's gonna be the most damage that you can get, but it's gonna be a pretty big dip. The second trial is so buggy. Oh, is the second trial out already? Let's see. What the skill intensity do, you know, so it wasn't in game before. It's the same thing as the skill damage stat. It's just, it's now been given a more proper name that's more descriptive of what it actually means. And it's also to differentiate between skill damage boost, which is something completely different. Let's see. You're casual and healthy. 81,000 out of 90,000. Grind 16-hour and sleep 8-hour every day equals healthy. Oh, yeah. I'm kind of surprised that I wound up beating you, Blu-ray, in trial rank. Have you done your weeklies yet? Feel like they need to give us bosses that use shields so that slash weapons have something to do there. Yeah. That would definitely be an interesting thing to implement. Let's see. Artifact. Alright, nothing. Or you're gonna be the most underrated weapon? I think it's pretty accurately rated, personally. I think Oriat Yor is gonna be about on par with all the other, what's it called, normal attacking weapons. I've tested it myself, it's not really anything crazy special. Let's see. Yes, you did your weeklies already? Dang. Made it to 64 today? Huge, Meslin. Alright, give me the embers. I would make it so that invincibility phases are replaced with a high shield phase, so you can use slash weapons there. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be really nice. Have 300 hour in D4 past 3 week? D4 what? If no D4 already 65? Oh, okay. Diablo 4. Ah, got it. That's what happened. Yeah, I haven't really taken any breaks from Duet Night Abyss at all. It's been several hours every single day. Tried Stellar Finality and IMO. All its problems are mechanical. What do you mean its problems are mechanical? Do you get more secret letters at 65? Yes, you do. Do you do a video on stats? Some of them are confusing. You don't know what to prioritize. I actually do have a video coming, or cooking up, about, like, explaining all the stats in Duet Night Abyss. I've kind of been sitting on it for a good bit, waiting for something that, or like a time that would be right to post it. And I think about now, like this period is probably the best time to put it out. Oh sweet, got Sybil again. GL fling enemies to the damn moon with every shot, so trash mobs are always thrown out of the range of its bomblets. Ah, I see. Yeah, faster quit after 65, 700 spend, save DNA. Okay, yeah, last run I definitely had like some artifact that increased my, what's it called? My thread gain. So I've got to do about 5 more runs of Mystic Maze, and then I will be done for the month. Of course, I'll have to do a lot more for the money. Probably farm up like 10 million because of just how many of these crystals and sands I'm going to have to craft up. If the cohesion wedge doesn't feel like it contributes anything to the cluster bombs, just the main bombs, the one that gives you like damage increase on explosion damage. Excuse me. Oh wait, no, that's not the one. Coercion. Oh, the explosion range. Okay. I mean, I think it would be pretty easy to check from this right here, but it might only affect the main explosion. Yeah, so my main issue with Stellar Finality is the fact that it's got, like, I think basically the same stat profile as Destructo if you build it for damage. Let's see. Let me compare damage build on both. Yeah, very... Actually, I think Destructo has more crit damage. Though, let's see. Yeah, Destructo's got more crit damage. But also lower attack, I think. Oh, actually, I've got Crusher instead of... Or Crusher Quiver instead of Crusher. But the attack's, like, honestly, the least important one. Yeah, it's got a very similar stat profile, but the main issue is that, like, this deals all of its damage in the explosion, but, like, it deals the same amount of damage just with, like, 2 explosions, and it's kind of, like, stupid to me. Especially because Destructo, you load, like, 2 bolts at a time, and Stellar Finality, you have to load the entire magazine. Need to add a wedge for GLs to make explosions into a vacuum instead of blowing them away. A wedge, or just add a GL that does that. Like, a vacuum GL. That would make things so good. Let's see. 7 weapons, 5 dupe, and 3 character, I6, and you'll be 65. This weekend, 65? Huge. Good work, Blu-ray. Let's see. Damn, bro, you got everything cooking in the oven? Oh, I do. Do I recommend crafting gold books for the wedge vent? You only have greens? Let's see. So, I know it's gonna 100% be worth it to turn purples into golds. But let me just, like, do quick reward percent calculation. So, obviously, to get 1 gold, it's going to need 4 purples, and 4 purples is going to be 16 blues, and 16 blues is going to be 64 greens. So... yeah, okay, so 64 greens. There's going to be 6,400 reward multiplier. So, divide that. Let's see, divide it in half. Okay, and you got... or I guess I should compare it. So it's going to be 6,400 turning into 2,000 reward multiplier. Which means that it would need to be 4 or more Permanders in order for it to be worth it. Now, if the Wedge event does have 4 or more Permanders, I'd say probably worth it. Much less worth it than going straight from a purple to a gold, but you're still being pretty positive on the amount of, like, time save that you're getting from the amount of commanders that you're gonna be defeating, if it's 4 or more. So, but it's not gonna be, like, crazy. Yeah. Well, using green books, I mean, yeah, but it's not giving you 128x the base rewards, because you're getting the base rewards and then the green manual on top of it. I'm only counting the additional reward percent that you're getting. Because if we're talking like that, then... like, are we just gonna throw in the base calculation to every single manual that we spend? Let's see. Do you recommend oh yeah, I already wrote that one. Need the blue tier weapon wedges to have gold variants? Only for some. Thankfully, only for some. But I've been doing some calculations, and at least when it comes to the melee weapons, it might be better to not actually have those. I mean, technically, it would be better to run that over the impetus from my calculations, but it's only going to be, I think, around 1 to 1.5% of actual damage difference compared to just running the impetus. Though, for the ranged weapons, it is obviously going to make, like, a bigger difference because they don't have access to as many, like, crit wedges or stance wedges at all. Yep. Using green book 64... oh wait, I read them. No, I mean in terms of gold value and commander event? Oh, okay. Yeah. Only worth to turn blues into purples? Well, typically yes, but when it comes to the Permander, or the actual Permander run per day, it'll actually be worth it to turn purples into golds, because it'll be a major time save for the amount of additional Permanders that we're going to be seeing in that event, which I am operating under that it's going to be 3 or more, due to the language that they've used to describe the event. And at that point, yes, it would be worth it. So back from Komu. Well, hope it was nice. The gaze into the flame. Not gonna lie, Arclight looks like one of the strongest things to smelt 5 for support. I mean, when it becomes a shop item eventually, yeah, it'll be pretty nice, but in terms of, like, the actual buffs that it's providing, it's not gonna be that crazy, all things considered. I'd still probably prefer using a boss stance shredding weapon over the Arclight myself, just because it isn't actually going to be that stellar. They're going to be much more potent support weapons that we'll have access to for other characters. Arclight is a smash weapon. Well, it's a smash weapon, but it's not going to be doing as much stance reduction compared to something like Destructo or Entropic. Is there any hope for Berenica, or is she just bad? You fully max her, and is she actually doing less damage than Truffle? Berenica is not amazing. She'll be much better once we have access to, like, the Umbro Windsbow, because right now she has to run Windspo in order to make up for her energy-hungry kit. For Daphne, should I replace Inspo with the new Inspo Volition? Well, yeah. Well, either the Inspo Volition or the Inspo Resolve. But if you're running Daphne as a support, you're likely running the Resolve on your Truffle already. So, yeah, I'd probably say the Inspo Volition. I don't really know what team that you're running that you'd have Daphne on a Resolve scaling character without Truffle. Truffle is just kind of the support for Resolve characters. Does character traits have any use except for sending them on expeditions? No use except for sending them on expeditions. Sweet, I get penetration and the sword. Now, where can we see what weapons are rotating out of the weeklies with Kesho's release? It's in the live stream schedule as well as the event preview. But it's gonna be Exiled Thunderworm and the Vernal Jade Halberd. Those are the two weapons. Alright. And should be enough damage to go ahead and take her out. Easy. Hope Umbro buff for or better wedges? Yeah. Think we need something to increase its spread accuracy. It's ridiculous how wide its spread is. We're talking about Berenica? Berenica dropped to tier 3 in tier list alongside Sybil, Randy. All of them need help. Oh, did Borhat actually update the tier list finally? Oh, they did. Okay. Oh, wait. No. No, it's still the same, I think. They just added Fushu. Okay. It still bugs me so much that they keep putting Outsider in, like, T2 for bossing. Like, you can't sit here and tell me that Rhythm's a better bosser than Outsider. Like, sit me down, look me straight in the face, and tell me that, like, a Rhythm will do better boss damage than Outsider. Enough to... Like, enough of a gap to make Rhythm tier 1 boss and Outsider T2 boss. It's actually ridiculous. Let's see. Also, Fushu with Randy makes Randy way more burst damage? Yeah. Oh, you saw Chinese tier list. Oh, okay. Do you have a link to the Chinese tier list? Outsider may have some problems with bossing that don't stay on the ground, but lol, his buffs affects guns too. Well, yeah, exactly. The only issue with it is that you need to be able to do enough damage to not run out of ammo before you can take out the boss. That's really the only issue. Borat tier list is not good to say the least. Oh yeah, I know. The CN community has a community or DNA community website, a better updated TL. Okay, would you be able to send the tier list though? As link? Man, Exiled looks so good when it said skill damage. It's trash now. No, it's not. It's definitely not bad in terms of like weapons that deal damage. It's actually pretty good from what I've seen. I mean, it's got a lot of really great things about it. A very good crit ratio of 25% crit chance and 220% crit damage. A whopping 26% trigger probability, though I think at base, if I take a look at the blueprint, let's see, I'd have to go to Nocturnal Echoes here to see what the base is. I'm pretty sure it's 15%. Yeah. So it's going to be 15% base trigger probability, which is kind of a... kind of bad. But it does get trigger probability as a, what's it called? As it in smelt stat. So that's going to be giving it like 37%. And with the Rage Trammel, I'm pretty sure it's going to be about like 50-ish%. But the crit is honestly much more important than the trigger probability. And if we... I mean, especially because if you take a look at something like Sacrosanct Chorus, it's got Slash, and, you know, it's basically benefiting nothing from any amount of trigger probability whatsoever there. And it's still, like, one of the highest damaging weapons, if not the highest damaging weapon in the game, just because it's, like, got a crazy crit setup. I mean, take a look at the base stats on it from the blueprint. Yeah, it's 25% crit chance and 200% crit damage. The crit damage is a little bit low, but the crit chance being 25% is huge. Oh yeah, Sacrosanct Chorus is going to still do, like, it deals more than Blue Current. Like, my S5 Blue Current, even though it's Spike and has the 90% damage amp, is still going to be doing, or the chorus is still going to be doing just that much more because of the crit chance and the multi-shot that it gives as well. Like, this thing is just juiced. Thank you for sending the tier list link. Let me take a look at this tier list. Alright. So, game key. Alright, tier 0. Alright. Oh, they definitely like Knifel at the very least. I don't know if I'm just a hater. I personally don't think that Knifel is that much stronger than Lyn. But she is definitely easier to play, at the very least, and doesn't require, like, different setups and the sort. I definitely feel like the mobbing that Lyn has more than makes up for, like, the dips in boss damage compared to Knifel. Especially because with the Ratchet, it is not much of a dip at all. And with Rebecca's now actually functional kit, I could definitely see her sitting in tier 0.5 with Rhythm. Though I personally think that Rhythm just absolutely gaps her in terms of functionality. I really am kind of curious exactly. This is a tier list based off of, like, what's it called? Immersive Theater, right? I presume that's what they're scaling off of. Now, tier 1, I can definitely agree with this being tier 1. Personally, I feel like Outsider would probably deserve to be in tier 1, but I mean, I'm just okay with it not being, like, put in the same tier as Baranica. Because he's just so much better than Baranica. It's, like, massive. Massive gap. No, it definitely doesn't help to have, like, supports and DPS in, like, the same, like, zone. But yeah, I'd say if you're taking a look at this tier list, it's pretty accurate. Pretty darn accurate. Much better than the Bora Hat one. I see 1.5 Lisbel. Yeah, and to be honest, I can kind of agree with that. Lisbel... she's got some clunk to her kit, from what I've been testing. And she's like Lynn in the fact where she kind of needs to, like, sacrifice some stuff for different setups, but also doesn't have, like, the same advantages of being, like, really, really good at mobbing that Lynn does. If they see that on the DNA official server, they will go feral. How many Lisbeth lovers are there? Yep. I don't really know why they're, like, ranking Keijo before they've actually gotten access to his kit. But, you know, it's their website. Yeah. Real talk, I think every time they add a new blueprint to Nocturnal Echo, they need to reset the first time clear for that level of the boss challenge. I think that would be good as well, personally. Oh, a lot of the DNA mod instant bit. Oh, really? I mean, I'm not gonna shit talk Lisbeth. Like, she's gonna be like a perfectly fine character. There are gonna be much worse characters for you to, like, take into content than Lisbeth. But I just don't see her having, like, the same advantages as some of the, like, higher tier characters, especially when you take into account, like, mobbing and stuff. Okay, but if you show Margie, I'm going insane style. Yeah. If Lisbeth's kit is horizontally rather than vertically, it'll be good. What do you mean horizontally? Let's see. Yeah, I'm taking his ranking with a grain of salt, but based on his kit, I wouldn't be surprised if he's T1 and 0.5. Yeah. One of the issues with Keijo for me is going to be the fact that he isn't really going to have access to the same level of support that Outsider does currently in the game. So he is just going to be behind on that front alone. I've heard many horror stories of people getting banned for slight Lisbeth hate. Well, I'm not going to be handling Lisbeth like... Is there really any point to hating on a character? I mean, I don't hate any of the characters in the game. I like Veronica quite a bit. I'm saddened by the fact that she is just so mid. I mean, I could, like, keep bumping her up more and more, but... And I will eventually, it's just... There are more important characters for me to be focusing on the current game. Let's see, I don't know why I closed out the menu. Alright. Let's see... Spindle Fate... And I'll go ahead and spend... Yeah, I'll just spend all of them. I need the money. Alright. Forge more of these sands. 22 of each. There we go. I have one friend get the hammer pet. Oh, really? Jeez. Then again, the Discord server is not really handled by the devs, from what I heard. It's pretty Wild West out there. Oh, okay. Dang. They should remove the force floating on Barry that gives an on-ground combat string and the floating is optional. And also give her a charge attack that isn't useless. Yeah. Like, dude. If she just didn't put herself, like, up in the air after every single attack chain, she would be so much better. Full plus 10 on her or hate her? Oh. Honestly, like, I could see myself having Umbro being, like, the 4th or 5th Wedge set that I farm. Current top priorities are Animo and Lumino. I've kind of really capped out on Electro, so I don't really think that I need to go any further currently. Let me get my bossing setup on. Or, well, not my bossing, my, like, active gameplay setup on. Yeah, I don't really need to go any further on Electro right now because I don't want to spend another track shift module. I mean, I could grind out another +8 morale and get a +9 here as well, but it's not going to be like that crazy much of a difference. It'll still be good, but it's not going to be like a night and day deal. So I've got the majority of my Animo stuff done. I just need about like 30 more signatures of each. Like 30 more of the Whispering Zephyr and 30 more of the support one. And when it comes to the Lumino, I've actually been running that out recently. I've got, let's see, how much of the Prismatic Neon? I've got 18 Prismatic Neons right now, which means I'm about halfway done with that one. So that means I'm kind of like a quarter of the way done with Lumino, which is pretty good. Only need like another 200 Scorch. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Entropic does bizarrely low damage in spite of basically having a whole extra multi-shot. I don't agree. I think Entropic is perfectly fine for damage. I mean, let me just show it. Where's my outsider? Here is the boy. And let me just equip my attack weapon. And I mean, we could do this guy, because why not? I'm already here, so I might as well. He's seen Termination speedruns with Rhythm, and basically he wants me to build Rhythm to have her that level. Oh yeah, it's nuts. But yeah, in terms of like weapons, Entropic's like fine. Perfectly fine. Like, it chunks. Especially considering like it's just easy to use. You don't have to worry about like aiming too much at all. It's got like the massive AoE. So granted, in terms of like single target damage, the chorus is just going to be the best. But of course, you do have other considerations you have to do with that one. What lightsaber skin am I going to get? I'm going to get all of them. Okay, why am I getting my freaking... What's it called? Okay. My crosshair was getting, like, dragged around. Did the settings turn on, auto-aim for some reason? Controls... Aim preference... Aim assist... Had freaking aim assist on. That's what was going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. And... yeah, easy peasy. And of course, this is still Smelt 0 on the chorus. So, this thing is gonna get absolutely insane, trust me. Second I get this to max Smelt, it's just gonna delete stuff. Especially because it'll pair very well with the Sacred Favor. Because Sacred Favor gives character attack as well. So basically, I'm gonna have the best melee weapon in the game. And I can pair it with the best ranged weapon in the game as well. But why would you use a weapon that takes 2 times as long? Because I like having fun. Using Onslaught when you farm Secret Letter Clues? Yeah, because it's just going to be more damage compared to running the Signature. Because I'm only getting, like, essentially 55%. 55% skill intensity from that. And I've already got more than enough from my Wedges and from Fushu. Is it doing the same thing to Crystal Files the Fantasio Beam? Nope, that's just the damage it deals. Like, if you want to take a look at Entropic on other bosses, I can show it off. Like, Let's see. Can go to everybody's favorite punching bag damage sponge. So doesn't care about maximum efficiency. None of those cats. What? You keep mixing up chorus with decree. Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. Let's see. Oh, if Lizabel's skill is horizontal rather than vertical, it would be good. Okay. Like dude, she's just not great. I'm gonna I6 my Rebecca next. Cool. Did you end up getting more tickets at 65, or was it cap? Clues? Yes, I wound up getting much more clues. Yeah. If they made a new melee or ranged weapon special combo attack, you'd cry. Ooh. Judge's ult is unlimited blade works? Yeah. It's pretty cool. Now, the only unfortunate thing about Entropic Singularity is that you'll literally never be able to see what you're shooting at. But it kind of just still chunks, no matter what. But of course, chorus is just going to be better. Let's see, where's it? Yeah, there it is. And I forgot, like, since I'm just worried about ranged weapon damage, I can run that as well. And why don't I have the Gmon on, honestly? I should so have my Animelf equipped. Man, I'm so sad that lightsabers get unique sounds, but bamboo weapons don't. It'd be so nice to have hear a hollow bamboo bonking sounds when you hit enemies. That would be nice. Try to max out crit chance on Decree with Focus Mass, or just keep your attack speed max. On Sacrosanct? You definitely don't want to tank your attack speed for the crit rate. It's not worth it at all. You're going to be getting so much other crit chance from other sources as well, like on Outsider or Kejo, depending on who else you're running it on. From your supports as well, like the Prismatic Neon, that's going to be more crit rate. And you already get so much on it already. It's 87.25. With just Smelt Zero and the standard wedges. Let's see. Fun in my video game? You're gonna get that gun next week? Nice. Where the fuck? Yeah, I also really like how I've been able to make my Sacrosanct Chorus and my Katana look the Sacred Favor. With the black, gold, and purple, it's so badass. I think about coming back to Destiny Rising. I'm still waiting to see if Season 4 is gonna cook hard. Season 3 has not really done enough for me. But yeah, if only the crouch didn't interrupt with some reloads. I am losing, like, a little bit of damage because of that, but I can typically get about, like, 15-second clears on Sybil with just this Smelt Zero Sacrosanct. And, of course, I still need 3 more Smelts on my Edge right here. And I also have to get the remaining Smelts on my Demon Wedges. But I've been putting in some more work for my Outsider. I actually can take my Outsider into level cap theater and clear, which is pretty good. You plan to I6 Lin before my stream ends? What would happen if I end my stream right now? Would you be a liar? Would you have been a liar and have lied to me? Are we at a point where Rain of Quivers is strictly a downslide because of the plus 10 holdover? For damage, yes. For support, no. He'll use his credit card? Ah, got it. So, I have actually been thinking about something when it comes to, this katana. If, like, spamming bees... Maybe even C's, honestly. Maybe even just spamming C's will be enough. Yeah, because I was trying to do like the full A and S ranks in some of my theater runs, and I kind of just noticed that spamming some of the earlier combos was doing more consistent DPS. So yeah, it definitely looks like Sacrosanct, or not Sacrosanct, the Sacred Favor is also better than Iteki in the fact that you don't have to go for high combos in order to get like the additional damage with it. This is pretty huge. Fyrus, can I see your Sacred Favor build? Yes, you can. So, I actually did calculations on damage with the weapon. And I think I still have that tab open. Yeah, I do. Okay. So, I can just, like, set this back up again the way I had it before. The only, like, primary issue is just the fact that the passive buffs don't get saved in the browser cache, and I can remove that because that's for what's it called, I was doing calculations for the event primarily. But when it comes to the build difference, so the having the weapon type attack be at 99 because that's what max out would be, and having the crit damage being, let's see, I also had it like calculated max melt as well for the Sacred Favor. Its base is 250, right? No, I could just remove the rage right here, so it'd be 497, adding back in the rage. So 250 times, well, let's see, I've got 100 and also another 99%. So 1 plus 1 plus, yeah. So 250 times that. And I basically just have to add that to the 497. And I accidentally clicked out of my calculator. Yeah, so this would be the amount difference. That would be, so with the lower crit damage, but obviously the higher weapon tech. And actually I was thinking the weapon tech would kind of like beat it out because of how much, or because the weapon attack or type attack is multiplicative off the attack itself, and I already had so much crit damage. But in the damage calculations, the crit damage was actually beating it, which was kind of surprising to me. Now, beating it by a pretty significant margin as well. So, yeah. You don't actually, with that in mind, you don't actually need the damage type specific attacks for the best build on the Katana Charge attack. Unless you're planning on removing Fortune, and honestly, at this point, it might be better to remove Fortune, if I think about it. Because if I don't need to go for max charge attacks for the kind of damage that I'm putting out, let me just see how much of an increase that would be. Really? Only 6%? What? Dang, okay. Are we sure it's only 6%? Like, what happened if I just... Okay. Huh. Does weapon attack percent actually just kind of suck? What if I just, like, removed everything? Huh. Well, doing even more calculation, apparently, like, this impetus right here is only making up for about 3% of, like, the 3% of the total weapon damage for my outsider build. I guess crit really is just the only thing that matters on weapons, because of, like, how much character attack contributes. Okay. Well, charge attack speed, plunging attack, sliding attack, plunge damage, combo duration, trigger probability, attack speed on defeat, trigger probability. What about the blue ones? I mean, this one gives crit chance on combo level, but if I'm not going for combo level much anyway. Man, this makes things more tough, honestly. Because another thing that the forehead calculator doesn't take into account trigger probability on this stuff yet, which is a bit unfortunate. But it is kind of surprising just to see, like, how minimal attack percent actually, like, affects this. What's my outsider build? This is my outsider build. What about the crit chance combo wedge? Oh yeah, I was looking at that, but the other thing that I have to consider is also if it snapshots. Because if it doesn't snapshot, then it won't really do anything to benefit the charge attack either. I mean, at best, it would add, like, I think, 20 crit chance? Which would be really, really good for the charge attacks that I shoot at, but... Let's see, it'd be like DCB, so it's like, I think, 20% per, and it's multiple get off the base crit, which is 20, so that's, I think, 12? So that put it up to like 98% crit chance. So, I mean, I guess it would technically be better, but difference isn't, or it doesn't seem to be very, like, it seems to be pretty negligible is what I'm trying to say. And that's if it snapshots, because if it doesn't snapshot, then it'll just be worse. I do also have to consider brutality, because this would be really, really good for mobbing. But, obviously, it would have no effect on bosses, which is the more important thing to focus on. I mean, there is, like, Fenrir's Pierce to consider as well. I don't know, maybe I should try that against Sybil right now. I guess that makes sense. Character attack gets way higher than weapon attack? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, can I hit her with my charge attack, please? Like, bro. Sacred Favorite's trigger probability is rather low at base. Yeah, it does have a low trigger probability, but it is still like 50%. Alright. It is kind of annoying to test this out with her moving around so much. I really would like it if there was an actual target dummy in Duet Night Abyss. I wonder how good just, like, doing a base charge attack with, like, no combo built up. Okay, why is every single charge attack just missing? Okay. No, maybe 8. There's obviously, like, one issue where she's moving around so much and she's a smaller target. It's just such a pain to actually, like, damage test in this game. I'm not really sure how much better it would be, honestly. But, I mean, if it's higher than 3%, like, that would be good regardless. I don't know, maybe I should just take it into theater. Though, if I'm going into theater, I gotta equip this for the damage resistance. Duh. Let's see, Echoes of Missteps, Immersive Theater. Theater! Model Repertoire. Well, let's see, an outsider. With the Sacred Favorite, it smelt 0. Let's see. If Impetus is so bad, then are the Spike / Crush also useless? For the melee weapons, it definitely seems like it. I wouldn't really say useless, just like negligible when you've got like a max character build going. Alright, let's see. We've got enemies over here. It is kind of crazy to me that this theater has, what's it called? Weapon damage reduced by like half, and I'm still doing, like, this good with it. And this is even like a psychic situation where it's all front-loaded in like some 30-second buff, because he just keeps doing this stuff no matter what. Yeah, but I'm looking more and more into weapons, and it's just kind of like the more I figure out and the more I test and calculate, it feels like the less I actually understand. Because, like, stuff that I feel like should be good winds up being, like, kind of ass, and stuff that I feel like should be ass winds up being kind of good. And then also, I just realized I didn't even have my, what's it called? I didn't even have my ult active for a little bit. I'm still, like, chunking through stuff. Yep. So, postponing the blue spikes smash wedges? Might be a good idea. Though, I think they're still gonna be useful on the ranged weapons, I'm just not sure. I will have to, like, do some I could do some calculations for some of the ranged weapons. But the other thing is that the ranged weapons don't really have wedges that are, what's it called, able to give additional stats like crit that don't tank out, like, another really important stat. Maybe the celerity one that, like, subtracts attack might be more useful. Definitely not the, quiver. Oh, I don't have my buff active. I was wondering why I was, like, starting to lag a little bit behind. Yeah, definitely not the quiver, because that's, like, a final multiplier of damage reduction, which you, like, really don't want. But what's actually kind of crazy on my Outsider versus my Psyche is that I'm doing better on the mobbing using my Outsider compared to my Psyche team. Because there are a ton of times where my Psyche team is just, like, close to timing out on some of the mobbing phases. Meanwhile, my Outsider is, like, super chill, so long as I just actually play it right. I do wish that the enemies would group together a bit easier. Because that is just, like, one thing that's kind of unfortunate, is that I wind up destroying, like, all the smaller mobs around the elite, so I kind of, like, have to focus on chunk the elite a little bit more than I wish I did. And I mean, like, the elite alone. But usually just, like, a little bit of some positioning helps out with that. And there's, like, an elite that's probably, like, close to dead in this bunch. Yeah, there we go. That's usually how it goes. 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, yeah, I think just, like, spamming B's is probably the best. Or C. C's or B's, maybe. Though, it might pay off to throw out an S, like, right before she gets stunned. Let's see. Alright, come on. Stunner, stunner, stunner. Huge. Okay. Okay, it might be B's and A's. That might be the play. Doesn't help when I miss. Yeah, that should be more than enough. Alright, mobbing, easy. Just chew through everything. The only thing that I gotta still concern myself with is, of course, like, my HP. Because even with the 50% DR, that still is dangerous. Okay. Love it when she teleports. No, yeah, there we go. I wasn't paying attention to my HP. Let's see. Boss on this stage is Civ. It looks like every enemy is a Hypermarine soldier. Do bosses not have factions in this game? I don't think so. Yeah. Here's an idea. Use the reload attack speed wedge to compensate for focus mass and remove attack percent and physical damage from the guns to see how it goes. Yeah, that'll definitely have to be something that I consider. Yeah, I can get this clear. I just have to not play like a retard. That's really it. 3, 4. Let's see. I still have like all of my caffeine on my table that I've yet to drink. Alright, let's see. It does kind of suck with the, like, weird charge attack direction that this game has. Sometimes where it will just kind of cause you to miss even if you're aimed at her. Alright, let me go for a big one. And I'll go for an A, and then I'll do a C. Might have been better to do 2 Bs. Alright, losing some health right here. Ugh. It was so annoying if you actually have to attack her in melee range. Because of all the freaking teleports, man. It's just like my truffle keeps running out of sanity. Let's see. No, I need to take a moment to drink some water, actually. I think my YouTube chat might be okay, never mind. Alright, let's see. Alright, oh, by the way, I went and translated the text for the CN tier list, and they basically describe it as T0 is top priority and T0.5 is high priority. Oh, okay. So, it's basically just like, get these characters first, get these characters next. Alright, yeah. That's definitely a better way to put it. It'd be so much better if my damage wasn't literally being halved. Let me just, like, not go Oonga Boonga this time. Oh. I swear, if there are weapon damage nerfs and Fox into Summit, I'm gonna riot. Alright. There are, like, some issues with Truffle's AI. Like, Truffle is so very clearly meant for, like, Psyche and Psyche only. As a support, it's actually kind of annoying. Because I do actually benefit from her using her ability a lot, but she also kind of uses it in the worst times. I would definitely much rather her be using her ranged weapon primarily to help, like, with the boss. So yeah, let me see the... I think the bees is just going to be the best. Because it does also keep up the crit rate time. Or crit damage time, I should say. Alright. And I do want to actually make use of the theater effect. So... Alright. I said, don't play like an idiot and then immediately with an S-rank combo. And then die. Alright. I'm not making a good showing right now, am I? I found that using Sybil main Fusion Rhythm support is a decent exploration setup. Give Rhythm the Remnant Reminiscence, so she smacks the orb to regen sanity, and Fusion buffs her and helps regenerate sanity. Why not just use Rhythm, though, as the main character and have two supports? I kind of feel like you're making things more difficult for yourself there, Ensing. Also, they explained adding Keijo early to the tier list. It seems they played him early. Oh, okay, so, they're breaking NDA then, I guess. They hope he'll be moved to T.05 later. Yeah. They got Fushu first? Well, that's more so due to just, like, time zone stuffs. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Well, the issue is that, like, Sybil is such a small model that I can hardly see her over, like, the effects, so if I do have to react to something that she does, I basically have to almost, like, anticipate it happening rather than actually seeing it. And if I don't, then I can just eat, like, a whole melee combo from her. Alright, Cage of Dread. And there is also the annoying thing that when she teleports, she breaks, what's it called? Sometimes she breaks the tracking, and sometimes she doesn't. It's weird. Alright, let's do an A. It's definitely much... It's honestly easier to beat Hellfire than it is Sybil. Which is funny to say. It's just, Sybil's got, like, a bunch of stuff that is, like, weirdly tailored to mess up melee characters. A bunch of close-range focus damage, and also just teleporting a lot. Yeah. Like that. Ugh. I should honestly just do Hellfire instead. Because that's going to be a better showing. Bigger boss. It's just frustrating because of the damage. I would have literally already had her dead already if it weren't for the damage reduction. Because I actually did... Yeah, I did this with him. Right, I probably should have... I think I updated my build slightly since then. Let me just make sure I actually have that instead of like the previously saved one. Let's see. Because I still have a lot of room for improvement on him, especially when it comes to my main damaging weapons. Now, I do kind of want to see, like, what I can do with the Sacrosanct Chorus as well. But I don't think I have enough damage across both weapon setups to really, like, tank it. Because removing the 120% character attack is actually, like, a very, very big loss in terms of damage that I'm not sure the chorus would be able to make up for currently. Let's see. You have to use auto aim for Sybil because where is she? Yeah, exactly. She's a weirdly annoying boss when you don't, like, instantly defeat her. I mean, we kind of think of her as, like, the easiest boss in the game without, like, the damage phases. But low-key Crystallophile is an easier boss. So I don't really know why I got, like, thrown down there. I really don't want to be there. The grouping's so much worse. What we here? So the enemy spawn here? Maybe? No. Gotta deal with him here. And it's fine, it's just the first wave anyway, it's gonna be easier. Alright. And also, you kind of think that Sybil would be worse for, or not Sybil, Hellfire would be worse for a melee character, but it's just the fact that she's got the bigger hitbox, and you can actually see what she's doing. Did I hit TR65? Yes, I did. You're gonna hit TR64 today before I end stream? Huge. Can't wait to hear about it. But did I get knocked out of my... Well, they really gotta fix that. Why is Outsider the only character in the game that can get hit stunned out of his ult? Well, he's probably not the only character in the game, it's just the most noticeable. Probably because I play him a good amount. Yeah, but honestly, if I fight pretty much any boss except for Dibble, I'm gonna be having a much better time. But the main part is just the fact that I gotta get my damage up a little bit more. Though, honestly, if he had a signature wedge in the game, like an actual proper signature, it would be so crazy. Like, imagine if he got one that gave him either attack speed or crit chance. Or crit damage. Or heck, even just, like, flat, or, like, attack percent. That'd be nuts. Yeah, with the Chinese tier list, with it being like a priority, I could definitely see like Knifel being higher because you get her best weapon as a covert commission thing. Meanwhile, what's it called? Lyn, you have to not only go for a covert commission weapon for like her general setups, but you do have to go for a weekly weapon currently for her bossing and optimal setups. And you also have to worry about Constance weapon, or yeah, Constance wedges as well. Which, yeah, if we are talking about like efficiency on building, there is a loss there. Yeah, I'm able to do, like, so good on the mobbing, though. Yeah, because placements in the tier list are basically listed as trade-off between strength and ease of building and acquiring. Yeah. I really do need to build up my Winspo Resolve more so that my Truffle isn't literally just, like, running out of all my sanity, or out of all our sanity, like, every 5 seconds. The only annoying thing about Hellfire is that she will just, like, randomly jump sometimes. Alright, and just gonna let her run through Damnation Declared. Because low-key, it do just be better sometimes to let her do her thing, especially... It's at 177. I thought for sure she was, like, level cap last time. Okay, I guess if I want to do a level cap Hellfire, I'll have to, go a little bit further. Should be able to pair with a max rank combo and... Okay. A lot. Me and my big I got too greedy. I should have just, like, kept the damage consistent. Ugh. I still need more smelts on these weapons, and I do have to test out the Chorus build more. Because it could work out to be a way where Chorus... Wait, what do you mean a second Damnation? I've never seen her do this before. Legitimately, I've never seen her do this before. She didn't even do this when I beat her the first time. It's just always when you, like, when you're trying to show or test something, when the bosses start, or the game just starts pulling some BS that you've... I swear I'm gonna crash on if, like, my movement F's up another charge attack. I swear. I swear. Is the 2x secret letter game? Yes, there is 2x secret letter game. We did a Virus priority character tier list. It probably wouldn't be that much different, honestly. Man's not even getting the bust of 50%. This is a really bad showing. I have to say, like... I missed, like, half my charge attacks right now. And I really don't know why I'm performing so poorly. And then, of course, we've got, like, Hellfire doing a second immunity phase. Okay. They did a patch this morning. Did, like, they change something up? I know that's, like, a major code thing to say, but, like, fuck me, bro. Yep. You need to make charge attacks go in the way that the camera's facing? Yes, please. It's like... Yeah, I've got my aim preference and camera behavior, not character facing. But, like, it's... Ugh. Alright. Just gonna keep up the consistent damage. Alright, well there's a mischarge attack. I also think my Truffle is high-key just not shooting her weapon for some reason. Okay. There we go, getting stunned out of a ult again. Alright. Okay, there she's doing it again. Alright. Well, you gotta sit through this. I did it before. I really don't know, like, what is going on right now, honestly. Except for the fact that I'm just missing everything. That is, like, a pretty significant thing that's going on. Alright. Do I just, like, suck at the video game? I'm genuinely wondering what shifted, because it was not this. I had it like 30 seconds. The last time I did it. It was like 30 to 40 seconds. I have the screenshot, and you guys also did see the fact that I did actually clear it before, because it had like the whole lock thing going on. Good Carefree actually adds enough that edict functions? Okay. Only 90,510 more TR to 65. Honestly, I might just... It might be the fact that Truffle is... like, just not shooting her weapon, because I am immediately going into, or I have, like, no HP at the start. So, maybe I gotta sustain that for a little bit for her to, like, get some stun bar stacked up on Hellfire, if she does actually shoot her weapon. Okay. Wait, what? Why is it? Why is it firing so... That's what's going on! I am actually slow. I am brain dead. Oh my gosh. I don't actually have her doing she's not actually doing boss stun because... or boss stagger because I have got the wrong freaking wedge setup. I basically didn't have, like, a stun weapon equipped on either of my supports. Because I had it on the damage dealt, instead of... because I was showing off the silver... yeah, the silver white edict before. Oh, I am actually brain drained. I'm brain drained right now. Let me drink the rest of my caffeine. Oh my gosh. I'm literally just, like, sitting here for 30 minutes making a fool of myself. Like, losing my mind because I completely messed up my setup for no reason. Yo, just for the hell of it. It is going to be, like, the easiest. Let me just check the Demon Wedge setup on all my characters real quick. Just to be, like, absolutely sure. Okay. Okay. Also, what's coverts? Shit. Okay, it's exploration on wedges. I think I have to do this right now. Okay, but I just know that, just to be sure, that everybody here doesn't, like, call me a favorite and that I'm trying, like, what's it called? That I'm not fibbing. Where's my screenshot? There it is. Yeah, this is my... Get out of here, Malwarebytes. This is my Act 30 clear on Outsider. 7-minute 30. And this is actually with a slightly weaker setup. I got an upgrade since then. But yeah, that's what's going on. 65 at what cost? A lot of character amping that I would have liked to have done. Yeah, so let me get these prismatic neons. Let's see, I'm gonna want like 60 of these. And also for the Turbulent Cyclone, I'm gonna want at least 30. Well, I probably want at least 40. But 30 is all I can afford right now. Alright, well, Explo on the Wedge is more important than doing theater testing on a build that I don't even have finalized. I'm actually just... I'm still just in utter shock that I just screwed up that badly. I basically didn't have anything equipped at all. Seems like a skill issue. Well, I mean, it literally is a skill issue. Drink the rest of my cat feet? Yeah. Photoshop for real? Okay. Let's see. So, I probably should take the time while I'm Explo farming to do the calculations for what's called... Let's see. Trying to remember. Sacrosanct Chorus. So I'm gonna do the same thing that I did for the katana for the Sacrosanct Chorus. So it's gonna be... Let me just remove all the crit stats. And... yeah, the weapon attack percent. So it's gonna be 22594 as a base attack, which will honestly mean that the attack percent will probably matter even less for it. And I should be looking at the wedges that I have for it. So 5-star weapon, ranged weapon. Alright. And that's right, it doesn't even have multi-shot either. I guess multi-shot does... well, I mean multi-shot would matter. But... let's just have it at a... pretty much the same setup that I had before. So... 225 attack percent. Yeah. Crit rate's gonna be 99 plus 100 plus the 50 from the weapon itself plus the 60 from the outsider plus the 75 from the support wedge to 384 multiplier, so alright, so multiply that by the base of 25. It's already at 96% crit rate. Golly. Well, actually, no, it's above 96. Because 121% crit chance. Damn! Okay. And base crit damage of 200%. So, let's see. It's getting 199 crit damage multiplier. So yeah, 598 crit damage. I wonder how I'd put multi-shot into the calculator. I'd probably have to add it manually myself. But if I just remove the... Okay, so... It is... about, like, 9% damage difference to remove the... What's it called? The damage type attack? For the ranged weapons. What about the impetus itself? Okay, so the damage type, like I said before, is stronger than the impetus. So if you had to remove one, or in an optimal build, you would run the damage type attack over the impetus instead of removing them. But I'm also curious to see how attack speed increases will really measure up. So I'm gonna have to do some more build tests after this. But I'm taking a look at chat again now. Let's see. Imagine me secret letter poor after TR65. I don't think I'm poor. I literally just spent like 900. Does that seem poor to you? Do I seem in need? I decided there's no reason to use travel instead of tyranny unless you plan to use both because tyranny gives more trigger probability. Is tyranny the one for the melee weapon or is it for the ranged weapon? Boat goes binted? What? Gigi stole all your letters? Who's Gigi? Ugh. Alright. Ranged? Okay. Does it? Let me take a look. The Wedge. Let's see. Tyranny. When dealing crit damage, gain 1 stack that increases trigger probability for 30% by 5. Is this the max level version of it? It's 5 stacks. I guess it would be more. Yeah, because that'd be 150%. Okay. But you do actually have to have enough crit for it to function. But you usually would be getting that much regardless. So let's see. What's the one that increases attack speed but lowers attack? Okay, yeah, so attack percent minus 60, attack speed plus 60%. I am curious to see how that'll function. Or even just equipping a blue one that increases like mag capacity or something like that. Or maybe the hunt as well, increasing the multi-shot. Let's see. Oh, 3709 times 0.5? Oh, I guess I should say 1.5. It is gonna be really interesting having to min-max weapons. Like, even more than I've attempted right now. Honestly, I might have to just make my own freaking calculator. Because this one might have just outlived its usefulness. Maybe that'll be like a stream just making my own damage calculator in my Google Sheet. Yep. Putting Onslaught and Vigilant on my Fina just so that she takes less damage. Yeah, same. That's what I had to do. Yeah, GG. Yo, 65. Congrats. Thanks. Building new Psyche Demon Wedge is kind of annoying with level 30. I like Expulsion mode than defense one. Well, you shouldn't have to do the defense for the Psyche Wedges. Just the Expulsion. I wonder how... Or I wonder if I'll be able to do 20 waves of defense without losing efficiency now with my rhythm build. I may need another, what's it called? Another few smelts in order to really get that, though. Let's see. Should also probably check stream health. Okay, yeah, connection is looking strong on both ends. I did see like a weird disconnect notification earlier, so probably best to triple check that. There's this like a leak here for some reason. I don't know, I guess he could just stay. He's not bothering anybody right now. Except for me, he's bothering me. Of course, at I6, it's gonna be the major damage multipliers as well as like doubling the hits of the lightning. So that's gonna be good. Hey, for Psyche, is it better for Midnight Sun or Wildfire? I'm pretty sure Wildfire because they give her skill range, since she definitely needs the additional skill range for the mobbing. And the Wildfire is not going to be giving her a significant bonus in the amount of duration that her buff has, her passive has. I'd very much like to know how the hell Pierce / Severance actually get calculated. I can tell that Pierce is doing a lot, but how is it doing that proportional to the Spike Proc? You're unsure. Yeah. That's the other deal. It's gonna be so difficult, especially because like the practice range or like the testing range isn't actually doing that much, and when it comes to bosses, it's low-key like even more frustrating to do it. Ugh. I don't know. I might need to get a... I could probably do that in a bit, honestly. I just have to do all the X-Blow. Because I really don't want to miss out on X-Blow Demon Wedges. This is way too good to pass up. It does look like I'll be losing some efficiency going up to 20. Like a minute or two. Let's see. Oh, I should go ahead and get this crafting. The RNG multiplier is such a pain in the ass for testing. Yeah. I just spent 19 letters and I got 8 back. I love TR65. Alright, where's this Wedge? Character, Prismatic Neon. Alright, get this crafting. Cover commissions. X-Blow. Start with these. They need to keep on working on the practice range, not gonna lie? Yeah. We need a DPS meter. A proper test dummy. Actual things that give us full regen of all of our abilities and stuff. Is it taking the 1.5x of Spike and increasing it to 2.3x, or is it multiplying 0.5 by 1.8 to get 1.9x? Yeah, I'll test that in 40 minutes. Actually, I could probably test it right now. I'll get this blueprint so I can set it to craft, and then I'll go ahead and test it, because it should only take like a couple of minutes to test. That's like hardly gonna make a difference. Is I0 Fantasio better than running I6 Berry, assuming I run Future for Sanity Regen? Yeah. Yeah, he is. Especially I2 Fantasio. Because I2 makes him like crazy good. I6 Psyche ignored 50% defense. It's not defense ignore, but penetration is essentially just going to function as another damage multiplier. Another bucket. So it's going to be pretty strong. Defense ignore does seem to be separate from penetration. You guys like my tree? I'll say I should probably order that drawing tablet pretty soon. Especially because, like, I think holiday season is over, so I don't have to worry too much about shipping taking a while anymore. So that'll be pretty nice. I just do doodles and make game assets and other things when I'm doing X-Blow farm or defense farm. Either one. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be so nice seeing all of the secret letter clues that I'm getting from here on out. Especially because, like, when my rhythm build gets even better and better, I can go deeper into X-Blow with that and have fewer efficiency losses. I mean, who knows? Maybe when they add auto turn, I'll have such a good rhythm build that I can go all the way to level cap without much of an efficiency loss. And then just do like a full 99 wave X-Blow. Just I6 Lin, it took a total of 136 tries. Huge! You got it 4 ahead of average. Nice work, dude. Of course, at this point, it's just gonna be like an even bigger deal of just going for all of the raw resources rather than the secret letter clues. Because I kind of don't need to farm clues anymore. Or the amount of clues that I need to farm has been so drastically reduced. Hey Virus, how's it going? It's going pretty good, thank you for asking. I got myself TR65 today. And right now I'm dumping some Demon Wedge letters because it's finally Demon Wedge exploration. I've been waiting like all day for this. Alright. Is it gonna give me the blueprint now? I would quite enjoy it if it gave me the blueprint now. You just reached 62, 3 more to go? Nice. I think Stellar Finality might be relatively effective against the Beast of Snowfield, because of the range. She adds naturally for its passive to stack, and she's big enough to be hit by all the cluster bombs. Okay. Well, the only real question is, does Stellar Finality deal enough damage to warrant using it over other weapons? Especially something like the Chorus. That's the main deal that you kind of have to work around. Alright. Well, that's 10 waves of X-Blow. And now I can go ahead and test the trigger probability, like, spike attack deal. Yeah, 10 letters and I get, like, 43 clues back. Huge. Oh, wasn't there a new event? Yeah, there is a new event. Oh. Already in the spot for some testing. So, I can just use Sacrosanct Decree. That's gonna be pretty good for it, honestly. Yeah, it's got 100% trigger probability. So, really the only thing I have to test is, like, the difference between having it equipped and not having it equipped. So, let me just remove, like, all the additional multi-shot it has. I mean, not that the multi-shot's gonna make much of a difference. I'll say the multi-shot might be better, because that's, like, more damage numbers I can see. And let me equip the crit rate. Or maybe not. That's, like, no tolerance left if I have the crit rate equipped. It'll be a bit annoying. But it's got 100% trigger probability, so all I really need to do is just see how much it does, like, with and without the trigger probability. Or with... So... Just need to get... few numbers. So, let's see, that's 5, 4, 7, 5... And I think I saw 5, 6. 472, I think. And low end seems to be 5260. And yeah, there's a 5-4 in about the middle. Wait, that was an 8-5. 8-4. Oh, wait, I got hit and now she's debuffed with the outsider spike. Okay, that's annoying. Alright, let me let that run out. Okay. Alright, so it's yeah, I do kind of have like my high range and low range all seen. Alright, so let me just add that and compare it. Pierce should be pretty easy to do. Alright, start this challenge. Multi-shot's always better to have regardless of the weapon. Yeah, it is. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so... it's like a 6-2. This is the number I see, like 6228 as a crit. 618 to 647. Okay, 6477. Alright, that was like a 601. Alright. 601 something. We'll just say like a 2. Alright, so that's the high and low ranges we're working around with here. And if I bring out my percentage calculator, let's see what the differences kind of add up to be. Alright, looks to be like a 14%-ish damage increase. And if I take a look from other stuff, or the other ranges, it does line up, right? Yeah, it's looking like a 14% total damage increase, comparatively. At least if you have trigger probability maxed out. Yeah, okay. And let me just do like the 1.5 versus 1.9. I do have a max level 1 equipped, right? Like a +5. Oh, my TR65? Yes, indeed, TR65. Let's see. Yeah, I do have a +5. I mean, honestly, like a 14% multiplicative damage increase does seem to be pretty nice, all things considered. Is 100% trigger probability maximum? It's at least the visual maximum. I think some skills that scale off a trigger probability but don't have a cap can still benefit from beyond that. So it does seem like Pierce does have an actual like effect, but you also would need to have higher trigger probability in order to make use of it. Which is a little bit troublesome. Because I don't think that there are that many spike weapons that you can get 100% trigger probability on without losing out on even more damage wedges. And if you don't get the 100% trigger probability, then obviously you are losing out on a portion of that. But it definitely is worth trying out on some weapons. Let's see. What about Blue Current? No, Blue Current would be like an obvious pick to see what it would be like. So let me do the normal setup on Blue Current, and let me do like the trigger probability setup on Blue Current. Here's a question: how does Spike scale off the other damage bucket sources? It should be multiplicative. Jeez, why is my outsider moving so much? Alright, so that was... how much? About 17 seconds. And let's see what happens if I remove Penetration Impetus and put in Pierce and Trammel. Like, how much of a damage diff is that going to be? Do you have to get all the weapons for TR65? Not all of them, but you'd have to get most of them. Alright. Let's see. Is that any significant of a difference? I think it was slightly worse, but that could have also just been these system issues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why my outside is moving so much now. Yeah, let me just aim at the ground so that... okay, that felt better. But what the? Why are you doing the smooth operator? It was 16 seconds. But that was also a perfectly timed reload as well. I mean, what happens if I replace the Trammel with an attack percent? What's unique about Outsider? He's just good at weapon, good at using weapons. Okay. Yeah, I think something kind of bugged with my game right now. 17 seconds? Well, it doesn't seem to be a noticeable enough of a difference between, like, the attack percents and the bonus HP reduction. It might be worth it to try the multi-shot. Yeah, the hunt. Outsider makes every single weapon work as it should. Yeah. Okay, Fushu has more attack speed for weapons. Well, does Fushu also have increased damage dealt to enemies and, like, a rather absurd amount of resolve? Or morale? Alright. Weapon reload kind of messed things up. Yeah. Let me try with a better showing. Okay, it does look like the multi-shot is providing a bit better of a damage increase compared to the... what's it called? The bonus effect? Now, what about Celerity Cunning? Now, obviously, one of the issues is the fact that it's increasing the attack speed, but lowering the attack percent. Which means I'm going to be losing a lot more time on reloads. It doesn't look like it's noticeable enough of a difference. Yeah, I think it was actually slightly worse. Because I'm losing more time on reloads than I am, like, gaining in DPS. I mean, let's see, there's the speed on reload, the attack speed on reload, I'm pretty sure. Which one's that one? Loadout? No, loadout kind of is just the Celerity Cunning, but without the downside, so if I just do loadout instead, especially for a lower magazine weapon. I also wonder how that works on the grenade launcher. Spike attack plus 10? No, not yet. Alright. Yeah, negligible difference. There's just not enough, like, options available on ranged weapons especially. Ugh, it's actually such a bummer. I'm kind of curious. So this is 30% trigger probability, so obviously it's not going to be that great at all. But how well would it work with, like, Carefree? Because that is one of the issues with the ranged weapons. It's just the fact that they'll run out of ammo. So if I can tank, like, I don't know, 9% damage, yeah, like a 9% damage drop, or a 6% damage drop, because it would be better for me to run the impetus over that edge right now. And I don't have to worry about my ammo, then that could be much better. And of course, all of these are going to be doing so much more damage once I finally have my melts up on them. I still have blue current equipped. What am I doing? I didn't even swap to the chorus. Though, honestly with this, like, almost got pulled over Tremel, Celerity, Rena Quivers, Celerity Cunning, Carefree, Dexterity. There's not really anything on here that I can swap out. Everything's too necessary. Has that got the dog in him? Oh yeah, he do. Alright, yeah, I've got the chorus equipped. Good. So I'm just gonna like pay attention to my ammo counter. So when I'm not missing, it does seem to be pretty nice, and that is pretty important to note because I would only really be using this against like boss or bosses when they're down if I'm in an event or if I'm doing it in like a theater or something. So I kind of want to test it out in the theater right now. See what it's gonna be like. Because I can use the melee weapon for... I don't have... Alright, old build equipped. Alright. Screenshot has some of the sauce just from its raw stats. It's also way more ammo efficient than average guns. Oh, 100%. It's not as good as the Silent Sower in terms of shotguns, but that's honestly more that... That honestly says more about Silent Sower than it does about Screenshot. And just double check my Wedge setup. Okay, yes, I do have the proper one set up there. Good, 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 good. And I just completely remembered the fact that there's Explo on Wedges going on and I've been wasting all this time. It was just supposed to be like a very minor test. Oh my gosh, I got so lost. I got lost in the sauce! Yep. By the way, your video was Fantasio at I0, right? Wait, excavation? Oh, hell no. What am I doing? Yeah. My showcase of Fantasio in the theater was I0, and I think my regular boss showcase was also I0, but the intro, I believe, was the I6 Fantasio from my friend. Yeah, morale is gonna be, like, the best thing you can run on Fantasio. Especially with the... Well, I mean, he can't really run anything else on his Covenanters. But with What's-Her-Face, Fushu in mind... Fantasio is going to be much better off running another morale over the signature. Because the signature was only just barely outscaling the morale at I0. Because of the fact that he had access to, like, almost no skill damage whatsoever. But now that he has access to a bunch of skill damage from Fushu, it's... Well, skill intensity now. From Fushu, then it's... not much of an issue anymore. Yep. So I'll probably change it around when you get more investments. Yeah, I think you change out one of the morales for a Scorch when you get into I6 because he gets like a frankly stupid amount of morale from his I6. I think it's 90%. It's nuts. But it is honestly also kind of nuts just how much some of these weapon smelts are going to make a difference. You understand? Yeah. Honestly, I probably should just go ahead and make that Excel calculator just so that I can keep all of my build calculations on hand, and I don't have to worry about just remembering stuff. Man, I kind of need to pee pretty badly. eat some monster. Monster always makes me need DP. I don't know why. It's really the only thing that I ever drink that does that. Oh, is this a ping? Do I finally have a message? Oh, it's a... I think it's the JJK. Let's see. Alright, wave 5. I really do want to push theater a little bit more. I'm going to do that one Hellfire Sage, just to show that I'm not some sneaky, poopy liar. And I'm not a screenshot warrior. But I also do want to get those last 3 ones done so that I can get that Genema milk. I 6 shuffle and do it easy. It's not an issue of like me doing it, it's just that I was struggling because I had the completely wrong setup equipped. Like, catastrophically wrong. And I only realized that after about like 30 minutes of playing it. It was actually kind of stupid. But funnily enough, if I just wasn't debuffed by 50%, it would have been easy. Like, that's really the only issue that I'm, like, running into. It's just the fact that I'm doing 50% less weapon damage than I should be. Under normal circumstances, I should say. Because... oh boy, it was, it was actually mad easy to get level cap done in the previous theater. I actually did it with purple wedges on my outsider, the level cap on, I think it was Crystallify? Yeah, Crystallify was the 6th wave boss. Oh, wajaja! Wahaha! Yeah, but I honestly cannot wait to just, like, keep amping my characters. Because now I finally just have, like, the ability to go, like, whole hog into all this. Because I had literally nothing else to go for other than skill levels, Demon Wedge smelts, and, like, introns and weapon smelts from weeklies. I have no use for any further XP gains. I should probably get another blueprint for this. And that essentially means that, like, my account power was kind of went like boop, 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 and then it just kind of flatlined for about 2 months, and now it's just gonna go boom. I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm probably gonna get 4 elements completely maxed out before we even get into 1.2. And then when we're in the second half of 1.2, I'm gonna have literally everything maxed. I could honestly have everything maxed before 1.2, honestly. That would be a real dream. Because then I'm literally just only keeping up with the new releases. And that'll put me so far ahead of everybody else for a long, long time. And I can just kind of showcase fully maxed out stuff. It'll be cool. Really cool. And then because I'm bored, I could just... Or maybe not bored, but... then because I have nothing to really chase after, I can have a +5 setup, a +7 setup, and a +10 setup. So I can kind of showcase the different levels of investment and how they affect your account. And also, like, very easily showcase, okay, so it's better to level up this thing because you'll get more damage out of here, or you'll get more, like, effectiveness out of here than if you level up this thing. But of course, a couple months from now, I think there's going to be so many more people who have fully maxed out builds. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, it is pretty cool. And there is also just the fact that I'll be able to even focus on other things. Maybe just buckling down on making some more fun videos or more higher quality content in general. Because if I don't have to, like, do so much game, then I can kind of just mess around a little bit. Make some cool, fun stuff. Community content. Got almost everything. Just wait for daily Wedge XP to level the gold wedges. Cute. Yeah. I'm gonna need to do a lot of escort and bounty, though. A lot of escort and chase. Because, oh boy, is that gonna be a lot of Carmine that I'll need. Because if I need to take, like, my current kind of +5s, and let's just say that across all the setups I need to level up 6 wedges to +10. That's going to be about 3, 4, 500 times 6 times another 6. That's going to be about 1,200,000 Carmine globules. Now, obviously, I have a bunch of that done already, so it'd probably just be about 1 million Carmine. But if I get about 540 per run, it'd be about almost 2,000. It'd be like 1,851 escorts. And if I multiply that by about, like, the average run, it'll probably be like, I don't know, 27 seconds. It'd be about 50,000 seconds. Divide that by, let's just say, 300. No, 360. For 6 minutes. Actually, I probably should just divide it by the amount of hours, regardless. It'd be about almost 14 hours of escort. But of course, that's 14 hours of escort to have every single build maxed out, essentially. Which, I mean, if you think about it that way, it ain't even that bad. And also, it's not even going to be that much because I am also going to be getting Boxy. So, if I take that into account as well, so like, 540 times 1.3, so it's like 702. So, so 1 million divided by 702. Yeah, that's going to be much less. And divide that by 36. Okay, yeah, so it'd be like 10 hours to get like every single build maxed out. And there's also just the fact that it'd be even less because I still have monthlies, weeklies, and other things that will give me Carmine boosts. You got almost everything. Just wait for the daily. Oh wait, I already read that one. Does pen work on Fantasio? Oh yeah, penetration works on Fantasio. Penetration works on everybody. Take that quote out of context. Everybody loves pen. Got this elite right here that's just been stabbing my back the whole time. I'm really just trying to get my support wedges, or at least the primary support wedges, like my resolve support, my crit support, and then eventually like my hydro attack support. I'm gonna max out my Lumino and my Animo first, and then I'll go for hydro. Cause currently full ability characters aren't really that useful right now. At least when it comes to the majority of content. Alright. This is the last Wedge Explo I can do for the current Covert Commission setup. Penetration works on everybody, fires 2026. Yeah, Wise Words. Got plus 10s and 4 elements. It's a real grind. Well, it's going to be much less of a grind for me because I basically have 0 secret letter clue grind anymore. So if you think about like any amount of time that you spend on secret letter clues, TR65 just literally eliminate that. And that's basically like how much of a time save you're going to get from then on out. They gotta fix it. Buff Fantasio, make him crit. I think it's perfectly balanced that abilities can't crit. Crit would be so broken if on abilities. I mean, if you want to think about it, if you want to see what abilities that can crit, just take a look at Conce's weapon characters. Like Lin and Psyche. Neville can crit, right? Nope. Well, she can crit with Embla, but she can't crit with her abilities. You can finally sleep for more than 2 hours a day? Yeah! It's crazy, right? Got 2 attempts weekly blueprint, but you failed to get the T2 drop? Ooh. Yeah. I actually failed to get the bronze drop one time. It was kind of stupid. Yeah, okay, so that's gonna be... Well, honestly, I could get plus 8 on the Hester. That's pretty nice. Especially considering that I can only get a maximum of plus 9 right now because that's all the signatures that I've got for it. I think I have enough to get plus 8 on the Gleam and Glimmer. Capped out. Honestly, depending on how often Explo shows up for Demon Wedges, I might start running into situations where I'm getting more blueprints than I am getting Demon Wedges. Yeah. I had 19k at the start of 1.1, haven't farmed Explo, only doing Expulsion, and spending secret letter clues, and you have 24k now, you can't? Damn. That is kind of wild. But I assume you haven't done, like, a bunch of, like, really crunch-heavy stuff with your secret letter clues, either. Alright. I think your plan is to edge max? Like, edge damage? Slash. You want to M4 everyone? Ah, okay. Up to a certain point, you haven't had to farm secret letter clues. You've been using exploration for cover commission since the first weeks of the game. Oh, nice. I've been using exploration ever since I got Rhythm to I2, and it has been such a nice boon. Because it's only like a few seconds longer than a dismantle, but it's so much easier. So much less like work that I actually have to do. And I get so many more rewards for doing it. It's so much more worth it. These next couple weeks are gonna be a bit of a grind because, well, I mean, we've got the Demon Wedge event coming in 3 days, I'm pretty sure. It's either 3 days or 4 days. And then, of course, we've got that for a week, and then it's going to be another half week until Kesho releases. And Kesho release is going to be pretty big, because then we're also going to have Fox Hunter Summit immediately after. And that's one of the main reasons why I'm trying to amp my characters up so much. I want to have full plus 10 builds on my main DPSs as well as my supports. And that's pretty good because all those characters are going to be sharing supports, and they're also going to be sharing wedges, primarily. Basically, if... Whoa! Yazla's rating with a party of 45! Holy moly! W, Yazla! Hello, everybody! Card stream it, yeah! You finally got an opportunity to raid me for once! Absolutely massive. I love that emote. Honestly, I should find the money to sub to you just so I could get that emote. Yeah, right now I'm just dumping my secret letter clues in exploration. Yeah, what's up? Is Kobu there? Is Kobu streaming right now? Could be. W investment? Yeah! It is so crazy good with the secret letter clue gain. Ever since I got to tier 65. I mean, I just spent like all of my secret letter clues, and just by spending my secret letters, I've already got 250 clues again. It's pretty crazy. Well, I actually haven't even spent all the secret letters that I've even gotten. I still need to spend 30 more, so I'm probably going to be sitting somewhere around like 450 after I spend all of them. It's pretty crazy. Used to be a dismantle only guy, then he did 90 rounds in an hour, and you haven't touched dismantle since you converted to exploration only now? Yeah. Dismantle just feels so much worse. Yeah, got the gold. Oh, why couldn't that be me? With the gold drops and the secret letter clues? You might not have spent enough. For the clues. Or for the letters. Man, did I get 5 blueprints for the... Oh wait, I don't think I set a cyclone to craft, did I? I think I forgot to set a cyclone to craft. Dismantle is bad? It's not bad. It's definitely, like, the fastest to go through. In terms of, like, timer. But the exploration is a couple seconds slower. But you get so many more clues and other drops as well, so... In that case, to me, exploration just really edges it out. And I honestly shouldn't say it edges. It kind of, like, provides so many more benefits. It's insane. And I will say Dismantle is much worse if you play with voice lines on. Because if you play with voice lines on Dismantle, you're gonna, like, just have, yay! All down! Mission accomplished! Like, burned into your eardrums. You will close your eyes, and you will hear Snow say, yay! All down! Every single time you go to sleep. It's been, like, months since I've had voice lines on for more than just story stuff. And I still hear it at night! Yeah. I have her in Korean, you get Yahoo? Ah, okay. Yeah, I put her in Japanese, so I started hearing Yatta! But that stretch of time where I was playing in English, that just had such an effect on me. That was the way to close, way too close to what it actually sounds like. I got PTSD. That's how many times I heard it. I can do a very accurate impression now. Freaking Snow, remember all my early? Mm-hmm. Golly. And I think it's gotten kind of like hot today, it feels. It was not this hot yesterday or this morning. What's the temperature outside right now? Let me check. Just move on to the next wave. Okay, well, it's apparently supposed to be 48, but it definitely don't feel like 48. Car hiding gets snow behind human VTuber? Okay, am I car or am I snow? Make up your mind. He is snow the Cam's VTuber? Bro. Pretty awesome, aren't I? No snow, no! Yeah. Thankfully, at least when it comes to the exploration, if you've got voice lines on, she'll just stop talking after 4 serum nodes appear. And at least it's also different voice lines as well. I was sitting here this whole time, and then I just saw, like, Vita staring over the banister, like, right there on the screen. What's this doing? Why is she looking so ominously? Did he already do the video about Genimons? Like, what's best to have on Boxy, or how much difference does it do in theater? Or how does 24% attack on Genimon mean? I haven't made a video on exactly all the Genimon stats yet. Actual vampire? Who, Fina? So single-handedly made me switch to JP voiceovers. GG no. I wonder how many people that was for. Or did that, I should say. How many people did that? I know I was one of them. I couldn't take it anymore, man. I wasn't strong enough. Ugh. Still got a little bit more. There we go. I've also got some banana cream pocky, which I like. There isn't really a lot of banana candy out there. That was a true Demon King, like Weema, she's in our ears, yeah. Who's used the best character so far? Because restoring sanity is the best resource. I'm gonna be honest. Low-key, I kind of disagree. I kind of feel like with the majority of the characters in the game, outside of like a few outliers, sanity regen isn't actually that important. Beyond like the stuff we had already. Because with the proper builds on characters, you weren't ever really going to be running out of sanity, especially with the elemental windspows in mind. Because once every single element gets their own wings inspo, it's just going to be so much better to... Or, like, Fushu's sanity is just going to be so unnecessary. And even more so when we get further smelts on our Serenity Wedges. Yeah, only a very few characters have big sanity issues. And that's, like, prior to an Elemental Windspow. But Fushu is really good for early to mid-game players, because they don't really have good sanity economy then. It's pretty easy to get... Well, I mean, I guess in the very early game, but... If you're in the very early game, you're not going to have Fushu anyway because she's in the theater. So you do need to have, like, a relatively... Or being close to endgame at least. In order to actually obtain her. And at that point, you already have access to Serenity. You won't have access to Wings Inspo until 60, though. So I could see that being something for some characters. But not a lot, honestly. Skill defense ignore, that is good. Like, she will be the best skill amper in the game. Skill damage amper, but like the sanity regen specifically, it's honestly just like... I don't think it's providing that much for the majority of the cast. It is a little annoying that you need to get close to the end game. I can only reach middle act 2 with correct stuff, and you're grinding, and I'm level 59. Okay, I honestly feel like you should be able to get past the middle act if you've got a good build going and set up characters, even at level 59. Yeah, okay, Explode's gone. Which means I can do other things. Well, not that I can do other things, that I should do other things. Then, spending my clues. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Turbulent Cyclone. Yeah, I didn't have it crafting. So... Well, I appear to be out of coins again. It's just something that keeps happening in this game, just constantly going broke. I have to do 4 more maze runs for the Wedge. But I do want to actually get this theater run going. And done. So I'm going to test this first, because I actually have the proper GL setup on her now, and I do want to test how well the Sacrosanct Chorus is going to function. Early game IMO is roughly middle active theater, pre-TR 55, and mid game is act 12. I mean, mid game would be act 12 with like a really good build, in my opinion. Like pre 60. And that's kind of always how it was. You needed to have like a pretty darn good build in order to get to Act 12. Even during the first theater in the game, which was arguably the easiest. Jeez. I think I did even better on that stage than I ever did before. I'm just chewing through all these mobs, holy crap. Even with, like, the grenade launcher and truffle kind of, like, tossing enemies around like a salad. Oh. And, out of my HP again. Alright, and pushing on through. So I should be able to just absolutely dumpster Hellfire now, because I've got like my proper bossing setup equipped. And I'm gonna make sure I'm getting my healing from Truffle so that I can benefit from the theater buffs. Fushu's still bad support for ability-only scalers, yes. But she's not going to be the best for Constance weapon users. And, I mean, she's definitely not going to be the best for weapon users. The only Constance weapon user where she's, like, at least somewhat competitive on is Psyche. And that's just because Psyche does a lot of ability damage herself. But even then, she's worse than Truffle. Because using the abilities that much on Psyche, you lose out on the resolve damage, which is, even without Truffle, it's still so much better to get that over, like, just using your ability a ton. Alright. Holy, was that 1.3 million? WTF? Oh, nah, can't be. Are you talking about, like, my outsider damage right now? 36 morale is pretty universal. Okay, but you need I4 for that. And is it even confirmed that that transfers to supports? Or transfers, as a support ability? Because, I mean, the way it's worded, it kind of could either go either way, where it's only on Fushu or as a support deal. But even then, like, you're comparing 36% morale to 24% or like 10 crit general damage boost, weapon damage boost, trigger probability, which is really important for some. It works on allies? Okay. Alright, let me get that HP from Truffles healing, because I can. Alright, oh dude, that's so much better. Alright. Yeah, let me stack up the combo first. Let Truffle do a thing. Alright. 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 Damnation declared. We're gonna get out of this phase. And then she's gonna get down, like, immediately. Alright, millions? Oh, you clipped it? Hi, Shimmer, you redo, or do I edit the one there already? Loki, I think redo, just cause, I mean, I've got, like, what, an hour at most still to my stream? And I am, like, decently unsatisfied with the recording. I don't know, it is just kind of like the perfectionist in me. Okay, yeah, the crouch cancels are much better for building combo. Right. Almost time. Expose. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, here we go. Alright, she's gonna do her damnation cleared. And low-key, I'm just gonna take this time to maintain an S-rank combo so that I can hit her with it after the phase ends. Because when the normal immunity phase ends, so does the ad clear one. Yep, there we go. So I think she jumped away from it. Okay, I got teleported. It's wonderful. Alright. I'm just gonna keep my mode off so that Truffle will prioritize shooting the GL a bit more. Alright, here we go. Well, definitely could have done a bit better if I optimized a little bit more. But there we go. That's me showing that I wasn't a big stinking stupid liar before and can actually clear on Outsider. And I think that was a bit faster of a time than I had before. I think I had on 7:30 on the screenshot before. Let me check. 7:30, yeah. Sweet. There we go. And that's what Smelt Zero. Oh my gosh! I completely forgot the thing I even went in there to do! Because I had that equipped! The Sacrosanct Chorus! I was supposed to freaking use that! Okay, let me do that again. That was, oh my gosh, that was like a 20% damage nerf to my melee weapon, by the way. Yeah, actually more, because I had even less character attack from my wedges from my calculations. Because on my, on my calculator, or the calculator setup that I have right now, like, comparing the 50 to, like, the 170 character attack is just making sure that everything else is, like, the exact same. Yeah, that's like a freaking 60% damage difference on the weapon. That's like... let me just, like, match some of the crit stats as well. Yeah, I was literally doing, like, 60% less damage with my melee weapon while only using my melee weapon instead of using the ranged weapon like I was supposed to. Oh my gosh. How is my outsider doing so much damage? The difference between gold and purple wedge is only like 30%. Like, there's literally no difference between mine and yours other than the wedges and the level. Why you put Fina there? She don't buff Adam. Well, she doesn't buff any element specifically. She buffs weapon damage. Let's see. This Immersive Theater is brutal. I got to Act 15 with worse builds and everything. Now I can't clear 5. Well, yeah, it is pretty brutal, I will say. It's got a lot of negative modifiers. Literally a greater percent of damage is from laceration than from conso. I mean, it really just depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about bosses, yes. If you're doing the ratchet build, then the damage will be from laceration primarily. But the Constance weapon is also not something to be disregarded either, especially when it comes to the, what's called, mobbing phases. Yeah. And it's also going to be an even, like, closer and closer difference the more demon wedges or amplifications we have or smelts. Because right now we only have +8. And even with just Fina's release alone, the Constance weapon is kind of scaling pretty well against the, what's it called, the pizza cutter build. Not great. The pizza cutter build still is and probably will always be the better setup, but the gap is closing. And it's probably about the same gap as it is going to be to Psyche, where, yeah, you are going to want to prioritize the ability damage a bit more, but you definitely don't want to do it to the point where you're neglecting your Constance weapon damage. Can we clear level cap with Theater Rebecca +10? I believe so, yeah. Especially with Fushu as a support. So, let me just get through this stuff just to see, like, how good the course will be. Because that was literally the whole reason I was doing this, and then I just got, like, so lost in the sauce with the melee that I completely forgot. Dude, if I actually had Rendhouse equipped, that actually would have been, like, a much better clear. I probably would have had, like, I don't know, 40 or so seconds on Hellfire if I did that. And especially if I didn't, like, sell as much as I did as well on some of those rotations. Okay. Thank you for sending all the enemies into Narnia for me. I really appreciate it. I'm, like, trying to run over to them, and Shovel's like, I'm making them go that way even more! Yeah! It's gonna be so nice when we have a stance-like reducer weapon that doesn't, like, toss enemies around. Alright, there we go. It was close because I was getting greedy with my HP. I wanted to keep my HP higher to also help preserve Truffle sanity. So I could go into the next wave a bit better. Alright, there we go. Alright. I'm in a worse spot than I would like to be. But I got the good music playing. I can't fail with good music playing. Alright. Let's let Truffle heal me up a bit. So I get the theater buff from reducing my HP. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and there's a lead that's... Okay, yeah, there we go. It feels so nice to, like, be chunking down a lead and then just have him finally pop. Oh, there's one right there. No, he actually jumps off to another spot. Okay, here we go. 4. Let's see. Bro is a monster with this level of patience. With what level of patience? Oh, like with my supports? Yeah, there's just some, like, BS I'm gonna have to deal with no matter what. Alright, can I get some more enemy spawns, please? Thank you. I'm literally just like a pit bull at the local playground, just be like, when will the toddlers appear? Okay, thank you for teleporting me. Yep. Is there a combo animation cancel I'm using? Nope. Well, not currently. I don't really need to animation cancel in the modding phase, just because I'm getting, like, so many hits in that I can just chew through the enemies with combo, like max combos, really easily. But in boss I do make use of some animation cancels now. Crouch cancels. Alright, there we go. Use the pooling. Alright. I'm just gonna stack my combo up and let Truffle do some stance reduction. Max combo. And... alright, just gonna do the Damnation Declared, which I'm cool with. Because I want to get my health up for the damage phase regardless. So Truffle's gonna heal me, and then she's gonna get stunned, like, after. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I think, honestly, I think that was pretty worth it over, like, the melee attack. The additional damage from the melee weapon. Okay, I missed the combo, that's fine. Let me do this one. And stack the combo up a bit more. Ult. Mostly gonna be better just for me to dump it out. Yeah, it does look like the chorus combo with the katana is gonna be the best setup. Especially because... Oh, what the... Huh, okay. Nope, detonation declared, okay. That's fine. Well, let me go invis. Bro, if you're clearing those levels with 1 second... Well, I said that I was, like, doing an unoptimal run right there for a clear. I could easily get those normal stages done in, like, 30 seconds left of time. I literally just didn't have my ult up during, like, a solid... Like... I don't know how much. Alright. And let me get the combo ready. Alright, S rank, and then just go into... And this is with Smelter. Definitely a time improvement on the boss. I did throw a lot more on, like, the enemy mobbing stages, so that's why the total timer is better. But yeah, funnily enough, when I actually make use of the setup that I'm trying to test out, compared to a setup that would be better for what I actually did, I actually do better. Interesting. Okay. Leave toddlers alone, outsider. Can finally get back to reading chat. So, like, more for a second, what goes on outside his house for real? True. Let's see. Building this of this character gets so much time than building a psyche. It does take a bit more time to build in psyche, but, like, my outsider build is still lagging a bit behind my psyche. Because, I mean, for instance, like, I have to run this instead of an actual damage wedge that outsider will benefit from for the damage resistance, because of, like, how the theater is. And unfortunately, the resolve doesn't stack with itself compared to running it on a support, so that is an unfortunate deal. But my psyche has a signature, which is going to be buffing her a lot more. She actually does benefit from this wedge a lot. And the rest of them are, like, pretty similar, though. But one of the other things is that I also only have my weapons at Smelt 0. And let me tell you, the smelts on, like, both of these weapons are going to be a major difference in damage for the both of them. I mean, literally just the attack percent from Sacred Favor is looking like a 24% damage increase on the calculator, which is kind of nuts. You have returned. Welcome back. I think I may need to take a very quick bathroom break. So I'm gonna be back in 1 minute. Nobody go anywhere. Ugh. I'm back. So, like I said, wasn't gone long at all. Hello, Fred Lad. Damn, he gets so much resolve with that build. Oh, dude. That's not even half the resolve that he's getting, because he's also getting this, which isn't listed on the stat screen. Let's see, where else here? This. And, here. This. He gets, frankly, an absurd amount of resolve. Alright, I should do a quick maze run for some coins real quick. Either that or brick my account. But I've got time to do a maze. Now he's about to go somewhere, but now that you said that you can't move, Yeah, but when it came to the setups, or like some of the basic calculations that I've done on some of these like weapon damage setups, legitimately going from a smelt 0 to a smelt 5 on either of those weapons would be like a 50% total damage increase. For like the Sacrosanct Chorus and the, what's it called, the Katana both. If anyone's playing this game on mobile, they'll also be cooked without a doubt. Yeah, mobile is definitely a bigger challenge. The controls definitely work the best on PC. In the Embers. Letterbox Chem, when she... I'm not giving you that! That would be disgusting! Even if it was a thing. I think probably would also get TOS banned. But also, like, on the previous comment, when it came to the enemy clear times, I also have, or you also will be getting some enemy clear time issues, like mobbing phase issues, with Psyche herself. Because of how much enemies will be getting tossed around, and if you don't focus in on the elites, you will kind of get really messed up. Oh, that's also good for Outsider. They give more resolve in ult. Yep. Talk to you, no Genomons mobile, no supports, and blindfold immersive theater max level. Yeah. Am I allowed to have demon wedges, or are those like cheating as well? Let's see. Now, I am a little bit sad because I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the maxed out build that I want for Fox Hunter Summit on my Outsider. At least without spending money. Because I don't think I'll be able to get enough weapon smelts. Even if I get, like, 5 every 2 weeks. Is my music not playing anymore? Okay, no, it is playing. It's just very quiet in this last section. Alright. Let me make sure YouTube chat's not frozen. Only blue wedges and no weapons? Damn. TR1 level 1 with the tokens. Also, no introns, they're super expensive. True. Gotta do with the main character as well. No introns on the main character either, because you can't expect people to have done the story in order to clear the theater. Even though you literally have to do story in order to be able to unlock the theater. Upside down blindfolded plus only use toes. From the litter. I don't have one of those! Dog. Yo, I messed up. We can smell. You literally can't smell anything! What, do you see like some cartoon green fumes? Or something like that? You got smell-o-vision on your Twitch account? Is that one of the new features that like Twitch Turbo gives? Fun fact, Psyche has the highest base attack in the game currently? Oh yeah, I know that. Because she didn't need enough, or because she didn't have enough already. Yeah, you the Margie stink clouds. Stinky. Bro, what? No, I got... It's gonna be so good if I hit the shop that has nothing but golds in it. Okay, yeah, no, nothing. Oh, cat of racist to assume cartoons can smell fish. What? Okay, I got like no damage increases. This is gonna take a minute. I went through like this entire run with like literally 0 damage buffs. Let me actually check my bag. Summon attack, summon, melee. I got 1 skill damage increase. And then it gave me an attack reduction in like the final. Yeah. The maze run specifically designed to take 50 years. Exactly, I'll see you in court, pal. Bro, what? Somehow I was able to max build my Psyche with new Demon Wedges. If Duet Night Abyss Has released a new DPS Animo character, it'll become a little tough to build a new Animo character. I mean, wouldn't you already have, like, the majority of the wedges for the new Animo DPS, like, built already? With, like, the Covenanters and the Wings Inspo? I'd imagine so, at least. Wait, does the Bluegrass kind of look like Kikomi? Oh, shoot, now that you mention it, yeah, it kind of does. But the issue is, the issue I have is you go and stream with other people, echoing that the immersive theater is easy as crap, when in reality it's not the case at all. I had to play for days to barely get I0 Fushu. I don't say it's easy, I say it's much more difficult, but I also say that it's not that difficult. Like, if you want to clear Act 12, which one is it? This, with literally just like +5s and a +10 surge, This right here with either Sacred Favor or Mimichi Itaki, utilizing a Rendhusk, that clears. And +5 is on the Resolve Centerpiece. I should add as well. Like, that clears. And Psyche will clear with a very similar investment setup. Very, very similarly invested setup. It's really not that crazy. Alright, let's get this forging. Now, I need a lot of Carmine. And that probably should be what I go for right now. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to Escort now, with how fast it's going, I think I only need to do like one skill cast with the amount of like skill. Yeah, I only need to do one skill cast and then ult with the amount of skill duration that I've got now. With the new centerpiece, it's pretty sweet. Okay, got him. If you're super new, it's gonna struggle. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but Immersive Theater was also a struggle on week 1 for new players as well. You had more options, which definitely made it a lot more clearable, because not only were you getting Psyche, but you also had characters like Lin, who could also clear the theater really, really well. Oops, I turned myself around. But currently we don't really have a setup right now that allows for very easy theater clears with shop units. Does the Wings Inspo Volition skill intensity not show in stats? No, it doesn't. Bro, you're a day one player. Oh. Alright, I'm saying, like... Okay, so you've got Psyche, I2 presumably. Even I1 would be able to clear it. With purple wedges. And, like, literally, if you just have Truffle, Fina, or Rebecca... Like, Fina or, like, well, Truffle would get replaced by, I think, Rebecca. But if you got, like, Truffle, Fina, Rebecca as support units that are decently well built, and you've got +10 Surge, you've got +10 Duel, I2 Psyche, you should not have an issue getting to Act 12. I really don't think that you should. Don't even need Surge Duel? Oh yeah, but I'm just saying, like, those are 2 wedges that have been known to be, like, OP for endgame since week 2? Week 3 at the latest? I mean, if you've been a day 1 player and you don't have those +10 at this point, you kind of been selling. I'll be completely honest. You have I4 Psyche? Okay, you should have, like, negative issues clearing. Cleared bobbing phases with no wedges on my I1 Psyche Keck on Act 12, just missing a little bit of DPS for the boss. Golly. I mean, I know you've been a long-time viewer, Blue-Eyed Nick, but... So, I'm not gonna, like, rag on you for this. But, I think... are you in the server? Because you can share your build. But if it... Okay, are you gonna open up the thing? It's a whack when sports will just, like, open it or don't open it. But if you've got literally just the standard Psyche build, even with +5 wedges, you should still be able to clear. It might just be an issue that you're not prioritizing the right targets in the mobbing phases. Or you might not be managing your HP well enough. Alright. Sweet. First one, instant. Yeah. It was fine until Theater when Surge... Or it was like until Theater when Surge got to be good. I don't think it was until Theater. Let me just take a look, because I remember posting a video on it. It was... It was the 24th when I made a video on it. And it was known in other groups before I knew about it. Like, I'd say at least a good week before I posted my video on it, it was pretty well known. Yeah. If you're super free to play a new player, then you can struggle in only 1 week. After that, you can improve their account and characters, but still the game is easy. Oh yeah, like, it doesn't take that much. Especially because we're getting the Wedge event in 3 days. So if you haven't, like, gotten your build fixed at this point, like, you can go ahead and fix your build. What was my favorite unit in the game? Rhythm. Rhythm is my favorite unit in the game. What's this? Oh yeah, you want to see the team build setup? Yeah, that's gonna be, like, really important to judge on your theater clear. Because, I mean, had a perfectly good example with how I was throwing in a theater run before, where a boss stance reduction weapon, like, literally just having one of those equipped can be the difference between clearing and not clearing. Okay, I'm not sure how the health frugality is working. I forget which that is. The issue is when you start reviewing accounts others were asked. I mean, I could make it a series. Account reviews. Give it to like channel members and Twitch subs get priority if they want it. Something like that, probably. I don't think you're trolling, man. I think you're just confused right now. And maybe aren't playing your characters at their maximum efficiency. Or even like 80 to 90% efficiency. But the Wedge event is not going to really help for Covenant wedges, though. No, it will. The major help will, of course, be, like, for the wedges that you need the rare ones only of, with the, like, gold book usage on the Commander stage. But you still will have, like, at least 5 other boosted runs that you wouldn't use on the Commander stage, that you can then use for, like, the Element wedges and Covenant Curse. Yep. In 2 weeks, you're gonna be only seeing rhythms, lol. Yeah, probably. Couldn't. If I saw someone with rhythm level 1, I'd get triggered. Yeah. I definitely could. Because, I mean, account review is literally just all about, like, okay, let's fix this thing up. Alright, commission complete. Now, if I get enough skill duration, I probably won't even need to utilize what's it called. Dude, where are my supports at? Probably won't even need to utilize a single skill cast. I can just ult. No, it doesn't help you on Covenant drop. You're not listening. There is the Pomander drop stage, which is 1 clear, and then you get 6 boosted drop chances. That will be for all the rewards, which will help with the Covenanters. Obviously, the primary boost, the biggest boost, is going to be that Pomander drop. But you're still going to have 6 300% free boosts per day that will help with the Covenanters. So, yes, it will help with the Covenanters. Cleared Act 12, with Psyche I1, Purple Wedges, he Def Confused? Yeah. You've either got a build issue, or you've got a playstyle issue. It's one of those two things. Do you like the new event with the 3-mode games with a ton of rewards? I do like it. I really do like it. It's much better than the Luna Ball. I kind of wish that we got some more, like, time-heavy events. Like, maybe an event in the future that's a special little seasonal game mode that we can grind for some special rewards. Maybe, like, boosted demon wedges, boosted material drops, so on and so forth. Pay to win reviews? It wouldn't be pay to win. Yeah, but it doesn't help. True, I guess. 600% booster trash, not even a real help. The 30 green books are more of a help daily than that. It's 100 or 1,800 reward percent per day. You're essentially getting you're essentially getting 18 more green books for the demon wedges per day. Like, it's gonna help. Don't get me wrong, I've said multiple times that I would have preferred for it to be a, like, 100% reward chance, and the event, or the reward boost is permanent, meaning that you can infinitely grind it with the reward boost. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's trash. Like, that's stupid. Because verifiably, you are getting, like, double the daily reward, or not double, but you're getting, like, more than 50% the usual daily reward percent. And on top of that, for the Promanders. Yep. 18 more books, OMG, that's such a difference. It's a bit significant, at least. I'd say the daily green books are a bit significant, and you're getting 50% more of those, more than 50% more of those at least. with fewer times needing to run it. Would I have preferred more? Obviously. But it's not. Dude, the entire rewards given for the event is Okay, so you're gonna say, like, making, like, giving us, I don't know, 3+ Promanders for a single run that you can stack, like, a gold book on and get, like, I don't know, 60 to 100 runs worth of drops in a, like, not even, like, 120 drops from a single freaking, like, daily thing? You think that's trash? You think getting 120 drops in a single run is garbage and not worth it? Like, let's just, like, make it clear. Because that's what you're saying is trash. How do you not have to press F for the gates? My supports are doing it for me. And yeah, I do think that's trash as a so-called event. Okay, let's do a little bit of math right here. Alright, I've got the calculator. Get out of here. So, let's just say, on average, it takes about 35 seconds to clear an expulsion stage. Like, it's usually somewhere around, like, 30 to 45, depending on the map and the character that you're using and how invested they are. So let's just say 35 seconds on expulsion. Because that would be the primary game mode that you're using for the Promender ones, because I'm pretty sure there's not a defense one that would give you something that's, like, very significant. Okay, so we got 35 seconds. Okay, with just the normal gold book. Okay, that would save you about... I don't know, 11 minutes of time. Okay? So with the Promender thing, giving you like 120 drops with the gold book, that's 400 or 4,200 seconds. Okay? It's 4,200 seconds. Divide that by, or like, subtract, you know, the 35 for the one run that it takes. And, you know, let's just divide by 60. That's 70 minutes of time! That's 70 minutes of grind time! Done in one run! One single run! It's literally an hour scratched off. And that's 7 times across the entire event. That's 485 minutes. Let's divide by 60. That's 8 hours of grind. Scratched off your wedges. Just like that. This is my calculations. The amount of time completing online, you would have done more than the boost you get from 30 runs. So bro is inefficient by typing in Twitch chat. Jeez. Do the harder runs because that's what people will be wanting to do more. Well, the thing is, I'm talking about the Promender one, which the only ones that you'd want to do the Promender one on are going to be the expulsion ones. Because it's going to be like these, and it's going to be this. Because when it comes to all the defense ones, you're doing these defenses for the weapon wedges here. You're doing these defenses for the Covenanters. And those aren't going to get boosted by the Promender drop. But I'm talking about, like, when it comes to farming out these Siren's Wings Inspo. You're looking at scratching 8 hours off of your grind with this event. Eight hours of runs is nothing, not when farming 24/7 on mobile. Garbage of it. Have you considered that not everybody is farming wedges 24/7? Have you maybe considered that? Is that not a consideration? Like, it's not to the standard. Makes sense though. You can't believe this. Oh man. We're getting rage baited and stun locked. I'm not stun locked. I'm just okay. Maybe I was like a tad bit stun locked. Okay, what's my playlist? Okay, for some reason my playlist was only playing about half the songs that are actually in it. Let's see. Let me start it back up again. Let's do Sabotage with Shuffle on. Oops. Click that instead of OBS. 8 hours is like me turning the phone off for a night's sleep. 8 hours is like usually more game time than people have in a day. Would have been better to have lower rate. Well, yeah, I agree. It would have been better. That would have been my preferred event. But I'm not going to sit here and say the entire event is garbage because it's not that. I definitely would have much rather had it be in 100% reward boost infinitely across the entire event. But I'm also not going to sit here and say like, oh, it's a garbage event. It's terrible. This is worse than nothing. I know your weakness, Car. I could always be in an all-to-get to rage bait you. I could be anyone. I could even be you. True. It's nice, but using gold books for wedges doesn't feel very good. Well, that's why you're using it for the Commander one, because you're getting, like, a massive, massive boost for it. Alright. Well, looks like I've finally got more of these map things to send my characters out for. Lino Explorer's Treasure. Let's see. Psyche, Margie, and Randy. Get that one out. Photo at Everspring. Oh, this one. Alright, sweet. So those two. Matters of the Heart. Oh. I need that one because it will give me stuff for the new area, Lisbel, and outside. Actually, no, let's do Sybil. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I can send these two out for one just to make sure I'm getting it done. So Commander equals gold books, everything else purple. What? Yeah, the Commander, the elite one, equals gold books, everything else, yeah, you'd use, like, the lower level ones. Because, I mean, it's not really going to be any different for the lower level ones. What else do you even use high level books on? I mean, not really anything else. I mean, you could just use it if you're, like, really tweaking over something, but I think I've spent one gold book across my entire playtime, and I've just been saving them for moments like the Wedge event. Because I had a feeling that something like that would be coming around. Yeah, the Wave 3 on defense is also another really good place to spend books. But the higher level books specifically. But apart from that, it's pretty much just like defense in what's it called? Noctoyager Manual. Either defense missions, really. Alright, let's see. Well, I've got enough Carmine and stuff to rank this up now. Should be good. And when it comes to the truffle one, I can do it here too. Awesome. I can do one on the truffle. But I'll have to grind out some more escort. W Hoarder, you didn't, but nice read. Yeah. I mean, if you didn't hoard and you still have purples, like, it's still going to be worth it to exchange the purple for the gold. And I will have to do that a few times throughout the event. So you're just going to max all wedges now, or what? Yeah, I'm going to max all wedges. I mean, that's really the only thing I have left to do. And it's certainly going to take me a while. But, I mean, that is the whole, like, the final grind of the game. Wait, so those 40 gold books that you used on relocation was wasted? No, they weren't. I have to lie to you so that you don't crash out of the game because you feel like you bricked your account. Have we ever got a gold book as a free-to-play? No. You would have to have bought the monthly, or you'd have to have crafted it. But I've been buying the monthly, so I've got gold books. PR65, and now we can start playing the game. Yeah. It feels so nice. So very, very nice. Can't even remember what relocation gives. It just gives enemy drops. Nothing else, just enemy drops. Okay, as long as you told me it was a lie. Sweet. Yep, they did update it to where your supports will actually open them up if you have depth. Though, funnily enough, this functionality was in the game in 1.0. It was just only active in co-op for some reason. It was weird. Really weird. I think I did use a green book on it at launch and it got scanned after. Oh, crap. So true TR65 equals play the actual game. Yeah, I mean, I think it really just means that just do wedges. From then on out. You do wedges and then you get all of your characters to their absolute maximum potential. I'll probably have a completely two completely maxed out builds by the end of the week. What in the fug is this piece of sheep? What? Oh, the relocation. The wedge mines never stop. No, they will stop. For a while. They'll start again. But, yeah, there will be a time where you don't have to farm wedges. I mean, thought I was being smart for a second, but apparently I wasn't. It was kind of a terrible run. Is the double clue drop at 65 real? Yes, it is. It is real, and it is crazy good. Alright. And making it to the evac now. Honestly, the buff to escort has made it like so much better between. I mean, it's primarily just the supports being able to unlock it. That saves so much time across all the runs and the average ones. Like if I one bang it, I can even get a sub 20. And that is, of course, without the additional attack speed that I can get on smelts for this weapon, and the what's it called, and the final 2 levels of outside of skill. So he's going to be going even faster. Definitely going faster since I only need to cast 1 skill now, because of the absurd amount of skill duration that I've got. Okay, are you gonna do it? Hello? 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 Do you have a brain? Maybe this is why they had it turned off initially. I guess you just didn't want to do that one. How's your PC get so fast? Max out celerity, attack speed, boost passive on the weapon, and attack speed on outside is hold. What do you expect for version 1.2? I expect new maps, probably a new mode, 2 new characters, at least 2 new weapons, but potentially 4 new weapons. Maybe a higher, like, level 90 commissions? Maybe level 90 commissions? Two new skins, and a few new accessory sets. And new demon wedges. Yeah, Angelou skin. Oh yeah, Angelou skin. Let's see how much of this do I... Sheesh, dude, it's going by so fast now. We need new piercing ascent wedge for other weapons. Except no new map, but massive improvement on the more urgent issues and things that need to be added. Well, the thing is, they were talking about adding new tile sets in 1.1 and new modes as well. So I am kind of, since they talked about it in the live stream for 1.1, I'm kind of expecting that to be like in the works of being ready to be released by 1.2. Fire still they need to cook up something nice to keep us playing for 1.2 because I see a lot of people close to 65. Yeah, I do think that 1.2 is around the time where we gotta see a bit more of like some proper expansions. Maybe not like relaunch level expansion, but or like I don't know, a 2.0 level thing. But we definitely do need some. That's gonna be around the time where I'd say we are gonna really need or start needing some good improvements, because that's gonna be around the time where like the dedicated players are gonna have like run out of things to grind outside of just grinding for the hell of it. Because that's gonna be around the time where I'd say the average dedicated player will be hitting TR65, and the average dedicated player will also start having like multiple maxed out builds. Yeah. So with that in mind, yeah, we really do need like a decent expansion on stuff, especially with like higher difficulty options and like better challenges. I also really do want it to be the case where we're like I don't know, 8 months to a year into the game, and we're just doing like completely wildly different stuff. See how much? Almost hit 20k. Sweet. 20k globules. Do you think the DNA devs watch every stream I do? I don't think they watch every stream. They might have like some AI scraping the transcripts to see for any like key issues, but I don't think they've got somebody to monitor me 24/7. I think that would be a bit too much. I am not that important. I think they watch my videos though, at the very least. And probably the podcasts too. But there is also just the fact that, like, maybe they don't watch it, and it's just the suggestions and stuff that I give just trickle down into community sentiment and discussion. And then they just pull from that. There's nothing hard, everything is based on playtime. There are some difficult things. I'd say level cap is usually pretty difficult. Even when it comes to maxed out builds. It's definitely less difficult now with the maxed out build, but even before I'd say there was like a decent, or even now I'd say there's a decent challenge to it. Yep. 2 to 4 weeks till we max out all stuff, then move on to new games. I mean, do we want to move on to new games? I might start... Well, I actually have already floated the idea of covering multiple games on the channel at the same time. It definitely would be fun to add like a little bit of variety. Maybe after I have everything maxed out, I can turn Sundays into variety day. How's it hard though? I mean, the enemies still hurt. You still have, like, you do have to, like, at least think about it when playing at level cap. Do you have to sweat your balls off? Not usually. Don't cover multiple games on one channel and confuse the YT algorithm. It can kill a channel. Have a separate channel for every game. Is that really true? I mean, it really just depends on what your audience is, because if you've got, like, really good audience carryover between the couple of things, I don't think it really matters. It would matter if it's like one thing that your audience would watch and then another thing that your audience wouldn't care about at all. Like if I'm covering Duet Night Abyss and then go to, I don't know, Warhammer 40k, yeah, that probably wouldn't be the right play. But if I like talk about, I don't know, WoWa, Arknights Enfield, or Warframe, yeah, it'd probably be, like, pretty decent bleed over. I think people only think that way because they'll be doing, like, I don't know, Minecraft, and then put COD on the channel. And then see, like, nobody watches the COD stuff because they haven't built up an audience that wants to watch COD. But if they go from, like, Minecraft to, I don't know, Terraria or Roblox, they'd probably still get plenty of views. It'd be just fine. Fire's fishing channel when? I'd have to move to be by a lake in order to do that. It's not like they can add a rebirth mode. That'd be straight shit. We don't talk about Rising Cret. What are we talking about? Like rebirth? What's a rebirth mode? You should probably min-max DNA content for it when you're comfortable to do more than one game, yeah, but don't be pressured to it. Yeah, I'm not pressured to do it. It would definitely be something that I would do if I had the additional time. Like, it would be something that adds to the channel rather than takes away from DNA. Yeah, it's true, lots of big YouTubers that have different channels even for different audiences that can carry over to almost the same audience. Like you reset your progress but get more things? Oh, like Prestige? I'm not sure if Prestiging would really work in a game like this. It works well in like some grind games, but those grind games are usually a lot more idle than anything else. And I mean like true idle grind games, not like a game that you can kind of AFK. By the way, no one talks about this, but the game is becoming smoother and smoother every day on old hardware. Like, you can literally feel it every single day, and you haven't tweaked anything. Massive W for the devs. Oh yeah, they've been fixing so much crap on the back end. I mean... yeah, like, graphically, performance-wise, as well. I mean, the whole skill intensity thing, that was just something that happened. It wasn't even in the patch notes for a good bit. Didn't get it why they do that at first, because that's annoying as a viewer. That carries over, but that's whole YT algo thingy. Yeah. Performance is good, but their optimizations for temps are terrible right now. Yeah, but it is definitely getting better over time. Reminds me of PoE 2 temps. Ah. Path of Exile 2 is also a game that I've been a little bit interested in trying out. Because, I mean, from what I've seen of it, it does, like, honestly so much stuff right for, like, grindy games. Because you've got, like, really high difficulty scaling, you've got a lot of build diversity, and you've got, like, a lot of really high-value items to chase. With, like, the corrupted stuff, from what I hear. Yeah. Don't want to go into PoE 2 until official release. No, that's fair. It definitely looks like a really, really solid game already. Alright, my sports are being silly and not doing it. Alright, there we go. I think my wedges are done crafting right now, actually. I just have the next set out to craft. Alright. Yep. Next Cyclone, and... man, I already crafted all those? I guess I didn't spend all the ones. Or all the clues that I had. Letters. All the letters that I had. but I farmed out, I think, almost 30,000 globules really quickly. Escort's just so godded. There's my truffle. Amplify this further. Huge. Man, my truffle build just... Yep, it's getting bit. I wonder how much her or buff duration she has now. What's it at? 12.8 seconds. Huge. I think with my calculations, I'd be getting about 15 seconds of buff time with the Cyclone Eternity and other Eternity maxed out. I think I've got to keep this inspo on even with like plus 10 just for the extra efficiency that it gives. Do you think getting Spelt 5 of attack speed polearm is good? Oh yeah. This polearm is one of the best damage weapons in the game, and it's also just going to be really good for stuff that you'll need traversal and only traversal in, because it is just going to be piercing ascent with 50% more attack speed. Read my last two messages. Do you think the devs know I love them? I'm pansexual, by the way. If the devs watching right now, W devs. Dookie rising in the toilet, litter box. Alright, well, there you go. I really hope that Rising cooks with Season 4. Like, I really, really do hope, but I have, like, no faith right now. They have not shown me, like, anything that really says that they've got a bunch of really good system-wide changes cooking currently. Because I kind of feel like they would have done a bit more if they did already, but I don't know. PoE 1 does that part better at the moment, mostly because PoE 2 is still in early access, and we have a big endgame reward coming in 0.5. Sweet. Yeah, I think Vernal Jade Halberd is definitely going to be one of the best weapons in the game to get, both for damage and, like, utility traversal. And a nice thing about this weapon is the fact that you would be able to use something like Fortune on it if you're using it for damage over the penetration or impetus, depending on what you have plus 10. Because you would actually get, I think, what's it called? Yeah, you get more damage from the crit chance compared to the attack. At least you should. Well, golly, it's past 3:30 already. Ugh. Well, I guess it is probably about time for me to wrap up the stream. Man, it was a really, really good stream today. I had a great time with everybody. Well, so, yeah, I will have to wrap stuff up. I've got a video that I want to re-record that I've kind of been technically sitting on for about an hour now, because that's around when Anonymous woke up. So I gotta get that done for like a night release or a tomorrow release, and just whatever it's gonna be. But yeah, huge thank you to everybody who decided to tune into the stream today. I appreciate you all a lot. And got more amazing content coming out for Duet Night Abyss, so definitely stay tuned for that. More streams, usual time, every single day. I usually try to stream at like 10:30, but I don't know, some stuff has been getting in the way and forcing me to do it at 11. Not a big difference, but with that all out of the way, I will have to thank you again so much for watching, and as always,